Brother Metamorphosis, we are going to have a good time today, man. How you been doing these days? Even before we start the show, just rap with me for a little bit, man, before we roll them credits in. How's everything been going?
Oh, great, man. It's as I told you, I've been keeping up with your videos, the great work that you're producing, and the energy coming from the people, and it's been fantastic, man. Like I said, you know, a lot of the videos I may catch at different times, but I always try to go back and look at it, because one of the things that I know is that it is not easy to produce the volume of work that you're producing.
Wow.
And
thank you,
and
brother.
Again,
but
oh yeah, you know,
I want to say that I know a lot of veteran tricks. I've been doing this for a while, and I know a lot of tricks of the trade, not the trade that people know, but things I do. You know, so I don't want to sit here and accept something, which I accept your compliments and your good words, but I don't want to accept something that I know how to set things up. It's like a cook, right?
Sure.
You know, a chef, a cook, or whatever. And in the kitchen, they line up the plates. They got this on this fire. I've been doing this for a while, so that's what it's really, you know.
So you have mastered the art of it.
Yeah, and in my style, I'll accept that in my style, because I've been out here for a while, and like I said, my mind races fast. Ideas come and hit me fast, and I observe things, and I'm just into this, man. And I'm a student of the game. I'm a humble student and servant of my people. That's it. That's it.
That's great, man. And you know, the last video. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to me, brother.
No, I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I saw briefly one of the last videos you did in regards to whether or not our platforms are, you know, melanated platforms.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, I was just thinking the other day, because the experiences I've been having trying to do the podcast, they actually, and I didn't know this at first, to show you my naivety.
But I got to sit down and show you some things, man. I want to, not that I'm saying I know all of this and I want to help you out because I'm the great so-and-so, but there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about that I haven't had a chance to talk to you about that'll really leapfrog you a whole lot. And
yeah, you know, I learned a lot from, believe it or not, I learned a lot from you, just from observing the things that you do. But the thing that is so true is that I didn't realize that they erase some of your time. They go in and edit right after you post it, or before you post it, publish it. They go in and because every time I do one of these podcasts, and I got a little frustrated a couple of times, they cut out the part when we begin to go deep into the deception part.
See. But this is why
manipulation.
I got to answer for that. I got to answer that. And
okay.
You know, what you're using as far as a platform, we'll keep that under wraps with them, because I don't give advertising to the oppressors, even though we know that this is all their stuff that they own. They do that for a reason. They say something's free, and then they cut something out. You know what I mean? But look, this is what we're here for, to keep throwing punches. Look, no matter how great a fighter you are, every single punch that you throw is not going to land. But you want to be economical with your energy and maximize it. And I'm talking to the nth degree, not where you do it for a week and burn yourself out, but when you're in this for the long haul, strong. You know, it's a lot of things, man. I'm just going to throw some things at you. You're going to catch some. You're going to drop some. I'm going to keep throwing it at you. Eventually, you'll pick it up. Because like I said, nobody ever learned how to dance real good by reading a book, or ride a bike by reading a book. You got to get in there and fall off the bike. You got to look doofy for a little while trying to get the steps. Even Michael Jackson practiced behind closed doors. He didn't get up there and say, I'm going to try to do the moonwalk and mess up and keep it. Just bear with me. No, they paid their money. You better do something supernatural, Negro. You know what I mean? I just want to give a shout out.
Star Walk or something. You better do something.
To Sister Ali B.E. and brother Al Freetown. And yes, I missed your call, but definitely I'm going to talk to you after the show. But I think it's time we roll out this these little intros and stuff, and we start the show. And brother Metamorphosis, the topic is, it is written in stone, the 2,000-year-old search for the Black Messiah. And if you don't know, you need to know that you are on the LANCESCURV show, and we're going to bring it strong. We'll be right back. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome to another episode of the LANCESCURV show. Today we have Brother Metamorphosis. The title of the show, once again, it is written in stone, the 2,000-year-old search for the Black Messiah. This is a brother that goes deep. This is a brother who, like me, is not a spring chicken, but we defy the process of aging. We don't age like old bananas like other people who hate us do. We have melanin and we're connected. We get our downloads and we just put it out there like that. And I'm just so proud and happy that he's here once again. And I know that you're going to walk away from this restaurant with a good, nutritious, spiritually, mentally, and physically nutritious plate of food. And you're going to walk away better. And we're not going to stop. We're going to keep on swinging and we're going to keep on throwing out righteousness until we defeat the opponent, because we are the winners at the end. And that's why they're looking so hard for the Black Messiah. Brother, welcome to the show.
Sir.
Talk to me. Let's rap. Of course, I'm going to shut up after a while and let you do your thing. But we talked already before we rolled up the credits. And let's just get into it, man. And I welcome everybody here. I can't call everybody out. But like I said, Ali B.E. Al Freetown, Takui W. Ikwan Asing, welcome to the show. Let's get this cracked up. And whoever misses this part, they're going to have to come back and get it. But talk to me, brother. What inspired you to do this particular episode? And tell me your perspectives and your research, the results of it. And I'm all ears.
Okay. Well, as always, again, I'm just so blessed and humbled to be able to come before you and before your audience again. And thanking you for this opportunity and the platform that you present. Because as you know, many times when we talk about truth, it's always edited or it's always twisted or in some kind of way, some kind of spin is put on it. But what's really important is that our people are able to get the raw information, and then they can decide themselves or do the research and decide for themselves what they want to believe.
Yes.
And that's the good part about it. You don't have to worry about being deceived. It's going to come at you exactly the way I got it. So to jump right in to answer your question.
Yes.
And I was looking, wondering, should I exit now after that introduction? I was like, okay, is he talking about me or is there somebody else coming in? But I'm glad that the brothers and sisters are sitting at the table. And
that was just merely the appetizer. You're the main meal here, brother.
Yeah, okay.
So if the appetizer is good, you know the meal is going to be something else.
Yes. So when I do my research, I look for, and I'm motivated by the fact that I know that everything has been twisted around. I know this. So when I read something or I'm searching or looking for something, I automatically use a whole different mindset from what I am reading.
Yes.
So to give an example, the way that I came up with this, and it's funny because I actually didn't know that there was a book written by this guy named Richard Karasos. He actually traveled to different sites in the world where there was some type of religious symbol or like a cathedral or something of that nature. And what he found was that a lot of these churches were built on top of these sacred cathedrals or temples. And so he came to the conclusion that one of the reasons they were doing this was to either harness that energy from that site, or they wanted to, annihilate any history of what happened there. And I tend to go along with both of them. Right. But his point was very well taken. But what about maybe 6 months ago, I was doing some research with the Medunetter. And again, when I read the Bible, I don't see the things that a lot of people see. I see it from a different perspective. And what I found was that there is written in stone, in Kemet, a story about Osiris. And, you know, everybody knows this story, but what's interesting is the parallels that come from this story. And in the Medunetter, which is just the divine word of God or the creator, however you want to say it. But there are the symbols of the all-seeing eye, the throne, and the bearded man. And so when the European first encountered this, you know, because of the way that they were culturated, I'm sorry, that's a word I just made up.
And you know what? I understood you. So there's no white English professor who's gonna get between the communication of two brothers and say it's wrong. Yes. Whatever you say it and I understand it, it's good. So they can get out. Okay. There we go. We'll create a whole new dictionary. Is that exactly?
So but it's interesting that when they first begin to decipher this particular code, what they interpreted was that there was some type of Messiah or Christ, because the letters KRT, which was written, you know, the Greeks filled in the blanks. And they looked at the story and they began to see or feel a message. Because now what people don't realize is when they first encountered this knowledge, it was so overwhelming to them. That's why they talk about aliens and stuff like that, because it was hard for them to see any men or human beings or women being able to produce this type of esoteric knowledge. So they immediately looked at this as some type of threat to what they were trying to build there. So when they came as invaders and tried to bury the information that was already there or put a different twist on it, they came up with this concept that there was a black Messiah that was going to be born into the world that would destroy their kingdom. And this is actually where this story about Christos came out of when the Greeks interpreted it. So I was fine. And what I do is when I run across certain information and research, then I spend time with the creator to get the revelation or inspiration of it from something in nature or something that has already been given to us, where I can, you know, make the connection and see the whole picture. And I found that story in the Bible, the story of King Herod. And that story of King Herod is a perfect metaphor of what they actually perceived from finding out this knowledge. And the thing that's so interesting about this particular story about King Herod, and King Herod to me represented white supremacy or white world domination or European world domination. That is what that story represented to me. So in order for, and I'm going to bring it into modern times so your listeners can kind of connect the dots here.
Take your sweet time, brother. Take your sweet time.
Now, according to that story, he went all over his known kingdom at that time, killing everybody that was born, all the male children, right? He was killing without, you know, any thought about I'm killing somebody else child or, you know, the future father of somebody or a son or whatever. None of that came into his mind. All he knew was there was this prophecy that was foretold in the Medu Neter that was going to raise up this savior of the black kingdoms that they had just subdued, that they had to at all costs kill. And if you look at what's happening today, it's the same thing. They're killing black males because they are very afraid of the Black Messiah. They're very afraid of that. And there's a whole plethora of examples we can use through, again, I like to use modern history when I'm talking about ancient history, because
so brilliant.
Our people don't.
That is so brilliant. That is so brilliant, what you just said. I mean, you smooth with it and just ease on it. Say it again. That's why they're killing us off, man. Because they know something's coming. There's something coming to change their world. So it's like, kill the firstborn. You know what I mean? That's us.
Kill the firstborn. And then that story that they manipulated about killing the firstborn in Egypt is also tied to that. But I'll go back to that in a little later. But no, I mean, they actually, and if you go, the reason why I like to explain it in modern terms too is because our people sometimes only go as far as 400 years with our history, unfortunately. And what it does is it retards our spiritual connection with this energy in antiquity. Because like we talked before, time is not linear, okay? And time is, you know, the past, present, and future is always with us. And I had a fascinating experience once when I was living in Washington, D.C. A friend invited me to, it was this lady that was a clairvoyant. And she created an event that took place in history right in that room where we were sitting. And brother, let me tell you, I got goosebumps. When I think about it right now, I still get, and this happened over 24 years ago. And I still get goosebumps when I think about that experience. And I understood from that experience and a few other experiences that I've had that these people worked very hard to cut us off from our direct connection with the creative spirit. But the modern people that I can use as an example is Malcolm X. I'll go back all the way to slavery. Denmark Vesey, Harriet Tubman, and we come up to Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Mandela. All of these men in some way represented this 2,000-year-old prophecy of the Black Messiah. The brother in Mississippi that they killed, I'm trying to think his name. It escapes me. But you get the picture that throughout our history, they have always looked for the Black Messiah. Now, the reason why they have come into what I call the Herod energy, King Herod energy, and the system of white supremacy, is because they understand that in order for them to maintain this system over us, that they have to wipe out any sense of hope. Because let me step back for a minute. So what they did was, and you know, it's just so amazing to me how they have manipulated and deceived us so much to the point it's almost like a good liar. A good liar actually believes his lie. That's what makes it so powerful, right? They have us buying this narrative about the fact that we have to have a savior to rescue us. And of course, we know that they gave us a story about a savior coming from the sky, or whatever. But that's not what they believe, because they know the truth. They have been to Kemet. They know the truth. They have seen it, and they have actually came up with this story about King Herod. Now, what's also interesting about this story is that so-called Jesus, the mythical figure, he was hidden on purpose because they were aware of the prophecy, and they were aware that this king was after them, to kill the child. And so just to kind of put this thought in perspective, when they see one of us, that's what they see. See, that, you know, a lot of times we think, oh, well, it's they have this image of us as being, you know, we're no longer valuable to them, and they have to replace. No, that's not it. They are motivated by fear. Okay. And when these white police officers, they have a mandate. Okay. And I heard somebody refer to them as race soldiers. But all of this is a part because, again, the people that run this world have this knowledge. They know this knowledge, and they have passed this knowledge down to everyone that's in a position of authority throughout the world. And so when you take someone like Donald Trump, see, Donald Trump is not a dumb man. He knows exactly what he's doing. And we give white people too much credit. Okay, a lot of them are dumb as rocks.
Exactly.
Okay, when it actually comes to wisdom and knowledge, but what they depend on is they depend on that system of governance that has come down for 2,000 years, because it's not just a religious history, okay? It's a secular history as well. So, you know, they get us all caught up into, you know, oh yeah, the 2,000-year history of Jesus the Christ, and that's not it. That's just a part of it. But that whole 2,000-year prophecy and search for the Black Messiah is ingrained, and when they go behind walls and the Masonic lodges, brother, they're talking about us. They're focused on what they can do to destroy this energy, and by any means necessary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they don't have no scruples about it at all. So a lot of the propaganda, you know, around, you know, I'm not against the protests. You know, it was inevitable. But out of this protest now, we have to move into our rightful place of putting wisdom into its proper context. And so when I started going a little deeper into this Herod story, I actually saw the European governments of the world conspiring and looking at each Black Messiah, if that's what we're going to call them, in different parts of the world, like a Mandela, a Malcolm, you know, or whatever era of history they were in. They looked at it as a real threat because, as you know, I mean, we'll take you as an example. You take one melanated brother that can have the power to change the destiny of millions of people. They know this already. And this is a power they don't have, so they have to come together as a group with an ideology, a theology, or a philosophy. And this, so I'm going to talk about, because before they came up with this 2,000-year-old deception, throughout antiquity, there are actually 32 crucified saviors. I'm sure you know this story, but I just want to run about maybe 10 or 12 down to your listeners with a timeline, so that we can put it in perspective.
Take your time, brother. I'm going to run a piece of machinery. I'm going to mute myself for 2 minutes, but I'm standing right here. I'm listening to everything. I just want to mute myself so I don't go mess up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right. I'm here.
Do your thing, brother. Okay. So we start, of course, in Kemet in Egypt with Horus, 2500 BC. And we go to Krishna in India at 1200 BC. Then there is Crit of Chaldea in Canaan at 1200 BC. Then there was the Messiah Aty of Greece, or Phrygia, in 1170 BC. Then there was Tamas of Syria, 1160 BC. Eros, 834 BC. Barley of Afghanistan, 725 BC. Inda of Tibet in 725 BC. EOA or Eo of Nepal, 622 BC. Then there's Buddha Sakya, Mithra, Anthosos, Coxacotl of Mexico, Prometheus of Caucasus, and Coronis of Rome, which was in 506 BC. And then there was the creation of Jesus Christ at the Nicene Council in 325 BC by Constantine. So, you know, throughout the cultures of antiquity, this story has always existed. And I can't understand for the life of me how our people are still in this, with all of this information and knowledge, that we are still so steeped and blindsided by these mythical stories that have us worshiping these false gods. What's interesting too about the 16 crucified Christ that I just mentioned is they all had the same characteristics that we now see in this 2,000-year-old story of Jesus the Christ. Most of them had 12 disciples, or all of them. There was a star from the east that foretold their birth. They were referred to as the Lamb of God. They were crucified on a tree or a cross. They were buried and resurrected in 3 days. They were born of a virgin, turned water into wine. They were betrayed by a disciple. And it goes on and on. And so when these concepts are brought to us and repackaged and brought to us, then we have to understand that these stories are just to keep us keep our minds focused on the propaganda that they put out, in order that we won't look at the real truth. Because it's undeniable when you look at the real truth in regards to where this information originated from and why it's still being used today. The other thing that's interesting about the prophecy, and there are 4 areas I'm going to cover, and it is written in stone. The 2,000-year-old search for the Black Messiah. Number 1, the prophecy from antiquity, which we just covered. that was foretold in the Medu Neter. The second one is, of course, spiritual warfare by any means necessary, which is white supremacy or world domination. The third one is the law of manifestation, which deals with the artificial history, the original sin, artificial history, and the unnatural seed. And the last one is the awakening, which is happening right now. So just to wrap up the first one about the prophecy. So this prophecy is known throughout antiquity. Okay, and so all the great prophets and sages of that time knew this. One of the things too that they did was they manipulated the calendar to try, and when they do these deceptions, they do it on all fronts that affect us. Okay, so by them manipulating the time to be in line with their 2,000-year-old story, they came up with this story about the end of the world, in which is they say is in Mayan theology. But in fact, it wasn't the year 2012 using their timeline, it's the year 2020. Now they were aware that this energy, and I think I talked about this to you in the first video we did, electromagnetic warfare, World War IV, is that they have always sought to destroy this energy. And what they found out was that, okay, we can't stop it, but we can bring so much havoc on these people by killing them and destroying their dreams that they're not going to have a Black Messiah. That's just not going to. So what this means is they came in direct opposition to the Creator. And when you start to understand this, you can see in the Bible, and again, when I read the Bible, I see something totally different. I see people who are struggling to manipulate and deceive the chosen people. And I can't understand for the life, why the majority of us don't see it, because we do, and your listeners do. But so what they did was they came up with this story about being in slavery for 400 years. And all of these stories, believe it or not, are put together so that they can continue the manipulation and the deception of truth. So when they tell this story about being in captivity for 400 years, they already knew that this was a prophecy that was foretold in the Medu Neter. They knew this already. Because when they tell their stories, like in the movies, they show a whole different side of what they were trying to do in terms of twisting the story. But the one thing element that they insert is the ability to somehow make our people feel like this is sacred knowledge. It's sacred knowledge from its original concept, but it's not sacred knowledge from where they are bringing it, from the perspective that they are bringing it. And I can go throughout the entire Old Testament and show how they did this. And I'll just use 3 examples. Because, again, unfortunately, most of the knowledge that our people have comes from these so-called scriptures, okay, which are just manuscripts that are rewritten from what they call the Book of the Dead, or the Coming Forth by Day and by Night, the Dead Sea Scrolls, or whatever name they want to give it. So let's look at the first story about Joseph. So they told this story about Joseph being in prison and having a connection with the Pharaoh. And so when the Pharaoh, when Egypt supposedly went through this period of a lack of manifestation of food or harvest, okay, we know that this story came directly from a story that was written thousands of years ago that predicted or prophesied that a foreign people would come into their land and disrupt the law of sowing and reaping, or the law of planting and harvesting. And this was a story that was also foretold. And in the book, the name of the book that I talked to you about in our first video, Things Fall Apart, also tells this brilliant prophecy that actually came into fruition and actually was manifested. Because the other thing that they know about prophecy, and this is why they fight so hard to delay prophecy in any way they can, okay? Because they know that at some point the law of manifestation is going to come into effect. So they were telling the story of what they intended to do, okay, to cause this disruption in the law of sowing and reaping. And they knew exactly. So, and then it goes back to their story about the fallen angels, which they're talking about themselves, okay, that came to the earth, and did all these things and manipulated people's mind. Well, no, there wasn't any fallen angels. It was you. Okay, and if you want to call yourself a fallen angel, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But that story, along with the story that's told about Joseph and the great famine that existed, is a story that they knew was going to come into fruition. Now, the other interesting thing, and you really have to think about this, in order for you, just like when you're at war, the first law of rule of warfare is that you have to know who your enemy is. And they have always been clear about who their enemy is, because they know that as the chosen people, that they have to try to destroy us in order for them to survive. So, and I go back to nature being our greatest teacher to prove this point. I don't care if you do try to block the sun. There's no escape for you. So you say in Revelation, when this day comes, that you're going to be running to the hills and the mountains for them to fall on you, but you will have no way to escape. There's nowhere you can go. Because now the Creator's wrath and the day of his wrath has come. And who will be able to stand? Now, you were correct. They were correct about saying that part. And so we know from that prophecy that when we look at the sun, you can call it the mountains, you can call it the hills, or whatever deception you want to use. But I already know who your executioner is. Why do I know that? Because there's going to come a time when you're not going to be able to even stand outside. You can quarantine us all you want. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, as it was in the beginning, it will be in the end. That's a fact. And so all of these statements that they make in the Bible, our people are so focused on this emotional part about Jesus, they can't see anything else. And just like in the movies, they put it right in your face. And I heard somebody say one time, if you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. Okay, because they're not going to read. And, you know, there's some truth to that. But at the same time, a lot of times we don't need to read a book, okay? It depends on who's writing the book. Because there are some books I pick up, I put down, because I don't want that energy in my life. To give you a perfect example, I was in, when I was working in LA in Southern California, I went into this bookstore because I'm always on the hunt. Any free time I get, I'm on the hunt for knowledge and wisdom. So I went into this store, and unbeknownst to me, it was frequented by Satanists, or they had a big following of this guy, Antoine LaVey, who was an avowed Satanist. Now, there's a difference between Satanists and Luciferians. Luciferians are actually the rulers of the world. They are the like the skull and bones people, or what they call the elite, or whatever name they want to give to them. These are the people that control our banking system. They control the governments. They start the wars using the Hegelian dialectic, where they actually finance or create a problem, finance both sides, and then they dip into the pot from each side. So there's so much involved. So when I went in this store, I immediately felt uncomfortable, and I don't get that feeling very often, I'm comfortable in a lot of settings and surroundings. I've been a lot of places, but for some reason, I was very uncomfortable when I went in this bookstore. And again, the Satanists are the people who worship at the shrine of these false gods, or they believe in this energy from the Luciferians. They are comprised of very powerful people. Here in California, they have a place, I can't think of the name of it, but it's a grove that our presidents and leaders from around the world, they go to this place. Okay. I believe it's every 2 or 3 years they go there. And they have a big owl there at the entrance, which the owl represents to them their Luciferian god. So they give us this story about some man and horns and all of that, all this foolishness to divert our attention from what they actually believe and are doing. So let's not get this twisted. I hear people say this a lot. Satanists and Luciferians, they're not the same. The Luciferians are the ones that print the money. They're the ones who run these institutions, these educational and religious institutions. Because the cathedrals that exist throughout the world, they have all of this knowledge in their basements, hidden. And what I call the black world knowledge. So I went in this store, and I started to read the book, because the store had a reputation of having books from different parts of the world and blah blah blah. And so I picked up this one book, and when I picked it up, I immediately felt people looking at me. So I turned around, and there were 3 bald-headed white men standing there looking at me. And I looked at the book, and it says, the name of the book was The Secrets Kept from the World. And my hands actually started shaking. I was like, wow, what is it about this book? And I put the book down. And as soon as I put the book down and I turned back around, those 3 white men were gone. Like they were gone over to another row or whatever. And boy, I walked out of there with the quickness. The second story I want to tell is this story that comes out of the book of Daniel. And it's funny that one of the words they use in this dream that this king had, King Nebuchadnezzar, I believe it was, the term Menes was actually a old kingdom. I believe it was near Ethiopia. I could have my geography a little off there, but in fact, it was a kingdom. And so he had this dream, and he wanted a prophet to decipher the dream. And so, long story short, he brought in this prophet, Daniel, to decipher it. And Daniel told him what he needed to hear. But the point I wanted to make about this story is that things are written not just in stone, but they are written in this world, this spiritual world or energy vortex that we can tap into when we walk away from this spell, these spells that they have on us. And I believe you were the one to put me on about the spells when we were talking the last time. Mm-hmm. But those spells, when you, it's almost like a chant or a ritual.
Yes.
And these are things that our people regurgitate that we have no understanding of, that has been given to us by people who are dead, that have a calcified pineal gland, and it is impossible for them to be able to receive this spiritual knowledge that's written in stone. It's impossible for them to receive that. So anyway, just to wrap that up, it's clear that this prophecy that they understood, and they told this story about Herod to set up this world domination, that they would do anything by any means necessary to make sure that this story did not become true. So one of the things that they knew that they had to do in order to have dominion over this mythical Black Messiah, I'm sorry, not mythical Black Messiah, but this mythical kingdom that they had to establish in order to stop the rise of the Black Messiah, is they had to come up with they had to take away all of our resources. They had to put us in a position where if a Black Messiah came, we would not recognize it, and then we would not even know what to do if he came. And this is where a lot of our confusion comes in at, where, you have all of these different churches, okay, or you have all of these different ideologies from different institutions. But all of it comes back to the same purpose. And that purpose is to destroy the true knowledge and the true prophecies that have been given to us by the Creator that are now being manifested in our world today. And so I'm going to bring this into our timeline right now, which is the law of manifestation. And this law and this principle, now, sometimes it takes a little longer than what we actually are used to for things to happen. And, sometimes, you can go years and you say, oh, man, why is this taking so long? Or why haven't I? Because we don't really know, because of the way we look at things, we don't even understand that there's a germination period. Okay. And again, nature is our greatest teacher. There is a tree that is planted in the ground that actually takes 7 years to manifest. So this principle, or this law of manifestation, exists in three realms. And the reason why I know it exists in three realms is because we exist in three realms. And again, I'll use nature as an example so I can point this out. When a seed is planted, it needs fertile soil, it needs water, and it needs sunshine in order for it to take root and germinate.
Yes.
Well, that same process is for us. When there is a seed given to us, first of all, we have to find the right fertile soil to plant it in. You just can't plant it anywhere. So many times we might plant the seed somewhere where it's choked out by some type of cement or weeds choking it out, or, you know, something that actually parallels with nature is people. So when we plant that's why you can't give certain information to certain people, because if you do, they will see you as a threat.
Yes.
And the reason why they see you as a threat is because they don't have the understanding of what the actual meaning of this is. But to go back to the three ways in which nature teaches us, once we find the right fertile soil, like you have found with your platform, and you plant that seed, it doesn't just stop there. You have to have people that are giving it sunshine, right?
Right. Exactly.
The brother Quakus, your wife, Mrs. SCURV,
Yes.
Carrie Lux,
Yes.
the brother that's very knowledgeable. I don't want to misquote his name. Is it Zamal
Tamare?
Zamal, yes. Segment 7.
Yes.
And I don't want to miss anybody's name, but now
There's so
I'm
many.
starting to become
There's so
familiar.
many.
Yeah.
You're not going to get them all. You and yourself.
No,
I mean,
I'm not going to get them all. But the point being is, this is the sunshine that has grown your seed, a natural seed that the Creator placed in you. Okay? And then you need rain or water.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing that's interesting about rain and water is that it takes on various attributes. But its purpose in this particular situation with nature and in our spiritual life is to make sure that we stay hydrated and hydrated with the right spiritual knowledge.
Right.
Because if you and you can just look at your diet to understand this, that if you can become dehydrated real quickly if you're not drinking the right water, or you're not drinking the right fruits or eating the right fruits. Mm-hmm. And all of this is a part of the hydration process.
That's true. Alcohol in its form could be considered a liquid, but you keep drinking it, it's actually dehydrating you.
Yes, it has sugar in it. And I love beer. That's my one weakness. I love beer. But no, you're absolutely right. Actually, alcohol increases your chance of getting diabetes. It has a large amount of sugar in it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I struggle. That's one of my struggles. It's a struggle I accept and I live with.
don't knock yourself, because we're born in this crooked container of this society, of this man's world who is our enemy. He's going to set forth these things. There's no way you're going to come up out of the garbage can and not come out stinking a little bit. So the stinking that may be on you, it's not you. Yeah. And at least you know that there's something that you have to work on, but we all have something to work on, and we're all in this journey together. So I'm here with you, brother. So doesn't mean you're any less. You're doing well. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And the other thing about water is it is the nurturing element in the germination process. Okay, so, and also The other way you can look at it is, how the analogy of the butterfly, the cocoon. I'm sorry, the caterpillar and the butterfly. And we don't actually know what happens in the cocoon, but we know there's a transformation and a metamorphosis. It's the same thing that happens in the ground. We don't know. We can't see the germination process, but we know it happens. So these are the three planes of existence that we operate on. But they keep us locked into third brain functioning, which is the physical realm. And it's the same realm or dimension that insects and birds, I call the avian effect, they operate off of instinct. And so when we operating strictly off of instinct and guttural desires, this is why there's always such a big push to keep us focused on sex and keep us focused on desires and, how we feel, who likes us, who doesn't like us, who gives a damn?
Right.
I mean, really. and all of this comes down to this one purpose: to stop this manifestation of what they call this dark matter energy that's already here, which I gave you the nickname Nibiru from, because this is something that cannot be stopped. You can delay it all you want. A lot of it is delayed through ignorance and just plain stupidity and a refusal to look at other sides of something. A lot of it has to fall on us. But now the creative spirit, that lightning, that electromagnetic force is forcing everything out in the open. Okay. And when I wrote that book, I knew that this was going to come. I just didn't know when. But I knew this manifestation and this powerful energy was going to burst out. Now, here's the dangerous part of it. The dangerous part is that what they do is they sit down and they say, okay, we're going to lock them into this energy. So now we're going to be protesting for the next 2 years, where we need to take that energy and we need to move it into the other important areas. The one major one being economics. I think I sent you a link from one of the books that I was studying. People get angry with me when I say that Black people should stop paying tithes,
right?
And offerings. This book is called the Weekend Transfer of Wealth: How Black Churches Move Billions of Dollars Out of the Black Community.
There you go. That's Jesus money.
Yes, sir. And let me tell you, it's devastating. When I knew this, I knew this already, but just to see it in print.
Yeah.
And for years, I had to deal with people saying, well, I had this pastor one time to tell me, well, if you're going against what God says, that you should pay a tenth or a tithe, which is really a lie. And I'm not even going to go into where that originated because it's not even important. But really, it's the manipulation of our communities and our people to get our money. Now, the interesting thing, too, is, I had a friend that's a banking executive. She called me one night in tears. Bro. She got a promotion on her job where she was looking at the records at the bank she worked at. I think Veronica's been there like maybe 8 years. And she called me one night crying. I was like, what's wrong, baby? What's wrong? She was like, I finally see what you were saying. She said, I'm starting to look at the records of where the money being deposited, where it's being deposited from. And there are millions. She literally had to go to the hospital, bro. This is the truth. She almost had a heart attack.
Wow.
Millions of dollars coming from these churches from Sunday on Monday. The big ass Brinks truck show up with all the black folks' money. Now, here's the interesting thing about that. When that money goes to the bank,
yes,
it doesn't just stop there. Okay. It goes to these mortgage companies, these insurance companies, all of the companies that these black churches use, and none of it is owned by African Americans.
Yeah, go on.
So this money is taken from us. You know how back in the day you run out of gas and you siphon up the gas out of a car. You take a hose and siphon up the gas out of a car.
Right, you can suck it out
into a bottle.
Right, you
put
just
it
have
in
to
the
hold
carburetor.
one end lower so it keeps pulling out. Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're siphoning all the gas out of us, man. But this is a conspiracy that we have to call out. And I really thought about doing a national campaign against this, that these pastors are in cahoots. There is a conspiracy because of the 503c status that they have. And the reason I know about that is because I had a nonprofit called Vocational Initiative, and where you have a tax-free base. And because of that, they have sold our people down the road. And I say that the churches need to pay taxes and give the money back to our communities. And I mean literally billions of dollars from banks all over the nation every weekend. And so in this law of manifestation, and I'm going to wrap up this before I go into the last phase of the awakening.
Yes.
But this law of manifestation is so important because if you miss, you know how the old people used to say, if you miss the timing, you got to wait for the next boat. It may come, or there's a story they tell about the guy who drowned, and he said, well, God, he got to mythical heaven and said, well, why did you let me die? He said, well, I sent a boat for you. I sent 2 people for you. And I sent the damn ship for you. And you still wouldn't get on it. But now you're going to sit here and blame me for dying? I don't think so.
Right.
Okay. So now our people have got to take some kind of accountability now. It's time to move beyond this childish ignorance. Okay. Yes. We're at a point where these people have shown they're going to take us out. They're not messing around because they don't know who that black Messiah is now.
And we ain't talking about dinner taking us out.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, no. They are hell bent on that because they are so frightened by this prophecy. And like I said, the average white person is not aware. I'm talking about these elite white people, these Masons.
Right.
They are aware of this because they buried the knowledge.
Right.
Okay. So, but the average white person, they don't know. As long as somebody like Trump is making them feel superior to us and talking about immigrants and, putting down black people and doing all this stuff, Trump knows this.
Right. He knows what
Trump
he's doing.
sits at the feet of these people. He knows this. So what he's concerned about is, are they going to try to take away my money or try to hurt my business?
Exactly.
So I got to get me an army of ignorant people that I can coerce and make them think that they're fighting against these black people because of blah, blah, blah. So, but what's really happening is, and bro, they're planning the next big phase. They're planning the next big phase. I don't know what it is. I've been pleading with the Creator today. He has not given me a revelation on it yet. But they are. And they always have something to have us emotionally in tune to in order to accomplish this. And while these riots and people focus on police reform, yeah, I say
There you
defund
go.
them. For what? We can police our own community. We have the Second Amendment right to bear arms. Okay, you can look at all these white militia everywhere. We have, and forget a Second Amendment. We have a God-given or creator-given right.
Bigger than man's law. That's right.
Bigger than man's law. This supersedes man's law. Okay, we have a huge, just like when they talk about the First Amendment. No. How about Article 19? Okay, which is recognized by the World Council as our human right to free speech. Okay, I don't have to agree with your narrative, but this is a point I really want to bring out to your listeners, is that we have to be careful right now, because this energy vortex is not always going to be open. Okay, now if we miss the boat, I feel sorry for you. And you know, sad to say, and that's why they came up with another concept, 144,000. I hate to say this, and a lot of what they write is masking truth. But a lot of us are not going to make it, brother.
I know that.
A lot of us are not going to make it. It's just, the only way I can really put this in perspective, again, using nature as my teacher. I don't use any artificial intelligence at all. When plants grow, the weeds grow with them, and you don't know the weeds from the regular plants until they reach that maturity stage. Then you see them. Say, oh, we got to cut these weeds down because they're trying to choke the plants. And this principle exists in nature because of the law of duality, the law of opposites, or the law of polarity.
Yes.
It exists. So you're always going to have those wicked ones, or those evil ones, trying to choke out the truth. And it's right there in nature, in plain sight for us to see. So the reason why we can't miss this time, and I want to tie this into economics here, is because, see, when they plan stuff, and you're a smart brother, so you'll be able to go with me on this. When they plan stuff, they look at all fronts, just like a military battle. Okay, I'm going to have some troops on the western flank. I have some troops on the northern flank, the eastern flank, and the southern flank.
Yes.
Now, you might shut down the northern flank, but that's a diversion tactic, because when we're coming up from the east, we're coming in strong. We're bringing in 10 times more people that you just fought with up there.
Right. From the ground, from the water, from the air.
Yes. Yes. Earth, wind, and fire.
There you go.
But the one element they don't have that we have, and this is why we have to come to grips with our sisters. The creative spirit is the one power they don't have that we have. And they're pure fire. Like, bro, that night your wife spoke, bro, I had chills that I hadn't felt in a long time. I'm trying to tell you that I hadn't felt in a long time, because that fire is undeniable. It's truth, uncut, unraw, uncensored, unedited.
Yes.
And it's hot. And you can't stay, like they say, either get out the pot or get out of the kitchen. Okay. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And so that's what we're in a pressure cooker right now. And this pressure cooker is going to demand us to have courage.
Yes.
And so we have inside of us this fight or flight syndrome. And sad to say, a lot of people are going to fight. They're going to abandon you. They're going to abandon us.
Yeah.
Just like with their mythical story with Jesus and Peter. I never knew him.
Wow.
And again, a lot of times I like to use the Bible because our people relate to a lot of things through the Bible.
And we understand.
Yeah. I could use other ways of explaining it, but it's not about me and the knowledge or what. It's about the understanding, overstanding, understanding, however, which way you want to say it. It's the way that we receive it that matters. And I want people to be able to receive it so that they'll understand what we're fighting against. So to go back to that point, they fight these battles or this war on all fronts. So while we're focused on them killing us, which we should be focused on, we got to have a team over here, a PsyOps team or a Black Ops team, perfect name, okay, that's focused on like what you're doing, that's calling them out, that's pulling out the weeds. We have to have a tactical unit that does that. Okay, and then we have to have an economic strategy.
Yes, on many fronts.
Because Dr. Clark taught me something very valuable, and Dr. Amos Wilson, when I studied under him in Harlem, taught me something, rest in peace, taught me something very valuable. Okay, where do we go after this? Okay. Now, you know, somehow we all think we have to jump on one bandwagon. No, this is why each one of us have a specific gift that is used. Again, I'm going to go to a Bible story so that our people can understand this context. When they were building the mythical temple, okay, I believe it was Solomon's temple, and the prophet that Yahweh was talking to saying, okay, I want you to build blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, I don't have the people with the skills to do that. He said, you're wrong. I already have the people around you that's going to see. We get caught up in the thing. Everything begins and ends with us. Our egos get in the way. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry to tell you. So you can just sit down in that corner and take a time out. Okay. Because this is not about you. This is about a plan, an eternal plan, and an eternal war that is generational. And that you have to understand your part in this war or this specific battle that you've been chosen to be in.
Yes.
So I want to focus on the economic, and we have to have defenders, like with the militia. Okay, we have to have that. I'm for bearing arms to protect, because at the rate these people are going, bro, they're wiping out thousands every year. And again, a lot of it we don't know about, particularly in areas in the South. They're killing our people, and we never hear about it. And some of the more high profile ones we hear about because we see on TV and because of social media. But there are a lot of things that are done in the dark where you have that unknown. That's what we're up against now. And when a people don't have an economic foundation, it's scary, because what happens is then the very same people that are trying to annihilate you and your kind, you have to go to them and beg for crumbs.
Yes.
Now imagine that. And this is what our people are faced with. But it's going to take a huge sacrifice, brother. We've got to let go of these material possessions. See, this is the last stronghold that they have over us. And we've already passed this down to the younger generation. They don't even give a damn about nothing else except materialism.
Serious.
And the problem this creates is it would take the average black male 285 years, okay, just to come anywhere near the wealth that's amassed by one black man or their family, or the average black family compared to a white family. So that the average white family has a net worth of $228 $1,000. Now, when we look at net worth, we're always looking at money because that's all we focus on. But money has nothing to do with the real assets and wealth at all. Exactly. Yeah, it's just paper that has been given value. And I believe the last time you pulled my code on that with a good analogy about that we give money its value, which is true. Because today, if black folks stop using money, guess what would happen to it?
It would crash.
Okay, it would crash tomorrow.
And see, the thing is that money has pulled us away from seeing the value in each other.
Yes.
You know, it's a piece of paper that is an illusion that we all give value to trade services and goods. But if we are trustworthy and righteous in our hearts, we can trade services and goods without the middleman of a dollar. You see,
that's right.
And then when they say that, and this is just my opinion, this is my perspective, what you just said, which is true when we focus on money, about the ever widening gap between the white families and the black families, so to say. Now, we know there's some affluent black families that have more now. We understand that. But overall, if we focus on that, we're going to lose, because at the end of the day, those who don't look like us control the value or illusion of that dollar. So they can crash it. They can make it have more value according to what they say. When the Fed says whatever they say, when they're trying to bail out the economy, so-called, or print more money before things fall. Listen, if you got a hole in a big balloon and it's losing helium, it's losing oxygen quick. And there's a person who you sold that balloon to, and it says, I've been trying to inflate this balloon, but it seems to never all the way hold. But they're not aware that there's a hole in it. What do? Instead of repairing it and coming clean that there's a hole in this economy, a hole in this balloon, they go over there and artificially inflate that balloon. So now you don't see the hole, and you wonder why this man is just blowing in the balloon, but you say, okay, the balloon looks good, I'm good. That's what they're doing to the economy, and that's why we need to abandon our reverence for this dollar. Use it now while it has some illusionary value to get something that can never be taken away in limited amounts. Land. You see? Building your structures, getting whatever equipment you need for your business. Something you can put your hand on, gold, physically, that you can move from one place to another. Right. There are a lot of things, because when that illusion pops and we're set up for it this year, it's already collapsed and they're printing up more money. And we don't realize we're on a slippery slope. You better move quick, because when they get what they want out of it because of our illusion, and we finally realize what it is, there'll be money laying out in the street and we won't even go to reach down to pick it up.
Oh, bro, when they say that something's good, I immediately say, oh, something wrong. Because I know good for them means bad for us.
Right.
and we've had, to your point, we've had 2 presidents killed because they wanted to bring back the gold standard. And these Luciferians had them kill Abraham Lincoln and John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And they were assassinated. You know, you can put anything you want on any kind of spin. But those of us that know that these presidents were assassinated because they wanted to bring back the gold standard from the Federal Reserve. And that's a whole nother story in itself. But the point being that there's going to come a day, and I remember the old people saying this, look, you better store up the barn house, okay? Because there is a day coming where you're not going to be able, and this is the problem that we have in terms of economics, because we don't have a base and a foundation economically. Every other people, the Jews, the Indians, the Arabs, the Latinos, all of them have a central. I remember one of the things that I was fascinated with is how the Jews have this organization that all of them send money. That's where they send their so-called tithes to, okay?
Right.
But that money is earmarked for everything in their community. They don't ask no bank for no money.
Exactly. They are the bank.
Get out of that.
They are the bank. Let me tell you something. Imagine now, not to cut you, brother, but imagine we as melanated people, African people, stolen over the diaspora, say we're turning our back on this dollar or the standard of the dollar. We're going to a country in the motherland and we're creating our own currency based on our resources. And we do trade and goods and services amongst ourselves.
Yeah,
amongst ourselves.
I agree. That's powerful.
You see, and we determine the value according to resources, as it used to be against the gold standard and silver. But we're doing that, and we don't want nothing to do with you. We don't want nothing to do with you. So if you want our gold, you better go by our standard.
Okay.
You see what I mean? You see how we can be a power player, but we got to go back to where the resources are. So now,
you know what?
Yeah, and they'll say, "Well, we're going to offer you $1 million." We say, "So what? Is that toilet paper?" We don't want that. Whatever we call it. Now we control the world because you're using our currency, and we control it because we have something that you want. You want our gold. You want our oil. You want our bauxite. You want all the things natural to the. Oh, you want our mangoes? Ha ha! Guess what? America. You better abandon your currency because it has no value here. You don't control it, and it's gone to hell.
We ought to take all the paper money and burn it.
Exactly.
That power that they have with that paper money
overnight is gone.
Eliminate that completely. But they're moving in that direction because they're going to have everything on a chip, and they're going to say if your credit is damaged, which they spend day and night damaging black folks' credit.
Exactly.
You're not going to be able to get anything. And that's a whole nother topic. But brother, you are so spot on, man. And I often think about what would it be like if we had our own currency that wasn't based on paper.
But many of us are afraid to walk away from it. Many of us are afraid to walk away from it. You see what I mean?
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that and they use our own, and we can look at the boule in order to understand this, is that they have their own tactical squad.
Of course.
Against us that look like us. Because one of the things that I had to really come to grips with, and, your brother-in-law, I think I saw a video where he did on the black skin doesn't necessarily mean that they're black. That's a hard pill to swallow. There are black people that look just like us, that they are all in on that kingdom. They're all in. And they see you as a threat. They make their money from going back to, you remember the court jester for the king? Well, actually, the boule comes out of that same concept, not the jester. There was another title, but they were the sort of like the consultants to the king, okay, like a grand vizier, like a Imhotep was to Zoza. But they consult the king. But in this case, we have the reverse role where they are in the same title and role, but they are being paid to sell out their people. And this is a history. This is a dirty little secret that our people don't really know that much about. I mean, we have an awareness of it, but there are serious dollars being paid to these boule people to keep our communities in the conditions that they're in.
Right.
And to feed us with this BS propaganda.
Yes.
That black people are in trouble, man. We're not doing well at all economically. I'm going to meet with my brother, Mr. Hampton, today to come up with a strategy for his gallery and a few of the other things that we're doing, because we understand, man, we got to work with what we got right now.
That's right. To get more. And that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Many of us go into debt, especially in business, because, say for example, we want to open up a beauty salon. Why not start and do like the Kennedy father there with the bootleg liquor? Why not start in your kitchen with the few people that you know? And then when you get the money up, go on and maybe rent an inexpensive spot somewhere. It may be humble, but you can take them out of that, and then maybe look to buy that spot or go somewhere else. But start from where you are. Whatever level you're on, you have all the resources there if you connect the dots and just simply think and put it together.
Yeah.
You know, when you don't have much at all, necessity creates so much. But so many of us think that we have to go to the white man's banks and get his imaginary dollars to start something up. And he's only going to set you up to fail because he's going to give you all you want. Do you want that new shop? You want the nice chairs and the hair dryers and the nice sound system, and put a few monitors up and make it like a sports bar. It'll be a beautiful salon. And now you're working now to pay him back because of the illusion. I keep it lean. And let me tell you one thing that we can be proud of, okay? This might be a YouTube channel. It might be a website. It might have a little app on it and different things. But guess what? Totally independent. You don't have to go through a bunch of secretaries. You call my phone, you call me. We put it out there. It's independent. So what you've invested in when you donate is something independent. When you want to come on and talk, we have a situation where there were some products that we had delivered, and one product to Mr. SCURV wasn't delivered. So when we wrote the review to put it to them that, listen, this is poor service. We've been purchasing things from you every now and then over years, but this is not acceptable because you took the money off of the card and didn't provide the service, didn't provide the item. Do you know they shot back that, oh, your review submission was against our terms of service? There is nothing that we wrote bad, okay? And I'm going to write back to them shortly that if you feel that it's against your terms of service, we have media that we will go to put our message out about your company, and I'm going to tell them where to go, and we're going to do it. When I had money hacked out of my account 2 years ago from Wells Fargo by them hacking into my phone at T-Mobile, I did a video about it. Wouldn't you know that the second largest vice president CEO of Texas called me and literally begged me to give a good word and say to the people that it really wasn't them, it was a fluke, and if there was anything that I could have have him did. Exactly. Don't never underestimate the collective word. When they see that you have a sizable platform, they say, uh-oh, these niggers are united. We better go on, and because so that's what I'm gonna do with this company within the next few days. We're gonna blow them up, and I'm gonna shoot it to everybody, and we're gonna make sure. And if anybody, not to change the subject, I just want to say this: if anybody gets mistreated in business in any way, a restaurant, I don't care if it's a hole in the wall in Tuscaloosa or in Mississippi. Okay, let me know and let's talk about it. If they did you wrong, we're gonna smash them and put it out there, and I'm gonna send it to all the people who are involved with the company, and we're gonna have a way of not dealing with them until they deal with the smallest of us, from the largest to the smallest. Go ahead, brother. I just wanted to say that.
No, you know what? And that's the type of power and leverage we have to have. And you don't have to be multi-billion-dollar or $1 million corporation to demand that. You just have to have the numbers, because the numbers that can affect their bottom line. So, and you have the numbers, brother. And so when you go to them, you have to negotiate from a position of power. And this is something that our people don't understand. Because we're so fragmented. This is why they keep us so departmentalized and compartmentalized and fragmented.
Yes.
You got so-and-so over here and so powerless. There's power. The power is in numbers and unity.
That's right.
That's strength. No man is an island unto himself. But going back to something you just said, what we have to get over, and through my experience of trying to put together a lot of the things that I'm bringing to the table, like my Academy of Nature,
right?
I understood that, okay, well, Rodney has 2 galleries. Why can't I just rent one of the galleries right here in the heart of Hunters Point where it would serve our people the best and give him the money for renting that space rather than trying to listen to these crazy people saying, well, you know, in order to have a legit institution or a legitimate this or that, you have to have a building with this or this. You have to follow these. No, I don't.
Right.
Because this is not set up on your educational standards.
That's right.
It's set up on our standards. And then on top of that, we don't feel validated unless they say, oh, yeah, well, this is an institution or this is a business that I recommend to you. I'll put it out here. I'll do this. I'll market it. No, I don't need you to do that.
That's right.
And matter of fact, I prefer that you not. I don't want to even be associated with that. Because what's going to happen, you're going to bring in your FCC regulations. You're going to bring in all these different regulations. Now you're going to put cream into our coffee. And I know how this works. So we have to start thinking outside the box. If we take one person and identify someone that is in business, a small business, and then rally around them and bring in customers to them. Yes. That's all we have to do. Because at the end of the day, and I think I told you this when I understood this concept with the solar business, is that I'm able to partner with the CEO and presidents of a lot of the installers that I work for, right, is because somebody have to go out and bring the business in. There is no way. Now, you know, there are other ways that they can get business, but primarily you have to have, and this is what a partnership is about. Mm-hmm. A partnership is not a big I and a little you. We have to move from beyond that thinking. You know, we always want to be lifted up to a point where, okay, I'm better than them. Mm-hmm. And to prove that, mm-hmm, look at this mansion I have up here on this hill. That makes me not knowing that the folks can walk in there any day and say, okay, we have the deed to this property. You have to leave. When? Right now. Right. Because the person that owns the deed is the real owner of that property. Owner. That's right. Okay. So all of these illusions, brother, I think can be resolved if we just understand the principle that we have to live according to our standards and be validated by those standards and be comfortable in our own skin with that. Yes. It's like a child going to their parent for approval all the time. Why? Why can't you use LANCESCURV as a standard? You see what I'm saying? Now but because we have been taught that unless this system validates what we're doing, yes, then it has no value. And that's unfortunate. And that's is our downfall. The last point before I move on to the awakening is the incarceration of Black men. Now, this is tied into this 2,000-year-old search for the Black Messiah as well. Because I didn't connect the dots for a long time between this. And then I started looking at the history of incarceration. And this is even when they invaded our countries initially, they called them prisoners of war then, but they incarcerated many of our men. Mm-hmm. And this is why they incarcerate many of our men. What is the second largest budget behind the Department of Defense, or I should say the third one, because the Department of Transportation is second, is the prison system. Of course. Now you got millions of Black men in their prime locked up behind bars. Mm. what person or what persons in their right mind would do this to another people if there wasn't a specific purpose? And again, it's this fear factor that's driving them. Because all it takes, and you can see this on any video, is for two of us to be congregating together, and oh boy, they got to bring 100 people.
Melanin is
they got to
powerful.
bring 50. Oh, it is, bro. When they see one creator walking down the street, they're on the phone, or they're calling backup, or
And don't let us have books in our hand.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, then they're really upset. So all of these things that are happening now is a direct result of them. And the last person I want to bring in about that sometimes get lost in the mix, that I feel was a prophecy for us here in America, was Elijah Muhammad's book on the judgment here. In America. And he said some powerful things. I re-listened to it a couple months ago. And it's just funny how, even with the music, with Marvin Gaye, if you look at Marvin Gaye, some of his earliest videos, you see all these people in the street, like what's going on with the violence, the police brutality. Now, this was 50 years ago.
And that's something. That's a damn shame. And with this trajectory of things not changing and other factors of it falling, it's a controlled demolition, and many people don't want to see it. We didn't have as many men walking around in dresses with wigs on back then. Now we have that. We've been softened up. It's a controlled demolition. You know, when you chop one side of a tree and put that wedge in there, you're controlling where it falls.
Yes.
So we had a better chance back then. We have a reduced chance now, but we can still get it time-wise if we get the knowledge and information and take action. Take action. We've been weakened. These commercials in these schools. Yes, well, this so-and-so university had so many black graduates, whatever. What good is it if it's not going to do work for us in our community and for our people?
What good is a PhD going to do damn us and we out here starving and can't eat and pay rent?
Exactly. You know how many people are working these jobs and they have degrees on their wall and they're in debt.
Tell me about it. You know, you can take your degrees back. Give me reparations.
Right.
Give me the money.
Right.
Give me my 48 acres of the mule.
And we know what to do with it.
Yeah, we know what to do with it. You can say I graduated from the 5th grade. I don't care. Just give me what's owed to me or to us, and we can go from there. But so they play these games. They keep us focused emotionally on all this stuff while they're planning. Now, the one thing that they really are planning, again, they do all this stuff in plain sight, and for some reason we just keep letting time repeat itself. And like Malcolm said, those that forget the past are destined to repeat it. They're setting up these FEMA camps. And I remember bro, this is real. They are setting up these FEMA camps, these trailers. I have seen them. If you go to Sonoma County in Northern California, you'll see them. And then well, I went to a conference in San Jose, and one of the guys I knew, he was like, "Frazier, man, I'm glad to see you, man. I got to talk to you about some of that crazy shit you always talk about." Because a lot of times, a lot of this stuff we talk about, they look at it as crazy or conspiracy.
I know.
And I was like, "What you talking about, man?" He showed me a picture. He said, "What are they doing with all these trailers? This what you was talking about?" Now, this is a guy I ain't seen in 2 years. I talked to him about this. And I was like, "Yeah, where you get this from?" He said, "It's in San Jose." I was like, "Really? Where?" He said, "Man, next time you come here, man, I'm going to take you there." And I was like, "What? Why do they have all?" He said, "These are FEMA trailers."
See that?
And not only that, They got caskets, black caskets. They look like they look like something you can be on like a river in, like a floating like little boat or something. They got hundreds of them lined up
5
behind.
bodies in there.
Yes. And he had the pictures of that too, and I was like,
that means that they've been planning it for a while. It's not by chance. Like I said, it's going to be very shocking for those who are holding on to the apron strings of the so-called massa. You tell them something, you put things together, you make them see it, and they blank out for a second and come back with something stupid. Oh, the white people are marching with us, and this time I think this candidate. Listen. That's not for us.
It's not.
We're written off. We're sentenced to doom. They don't care. They don't give a damn how much degrees you have, what's on your resume. You're melanated. You're out of here. That's more waiting. What are you waiting for? Why are you zombified? I got a couple of people closer to my inner circle who are like this. They're in it, believing what's put out there in the media. I had a friend of mine. Oh, I heard the COVID-19 is really taking out a lot of people down there. I said, well, the people that I know down here, we're discussing, where are these people? And he's like, well, on my job, a couple of the deaths already happened.
Bro? Where are they?
But what I'm saying is that where are these people's minds at? They're in an alternative universe. You see, okay, when they start seeing bloodshed and death in front of their eyes, what the hell are they going to say? What are they going to say? I mean, I don't want this to happen. Who wants this to happen? But look at it. It's added up. If you're walking down the street towards your house as a kid and you smell chicken and you smell some kale being cooked up and you can smell the potatoes and you can smell some chocolate cake, when you go through the door, what you think is waiting for you? So we see all of these things happening. It's lined up like dominoes, and the first one has been knocked over. The first couple, what you think is going to happen this year? Locking down the borders, building up walls. Okay. Come on, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, brother. I'll be right back. Just keep talking. Keep talking. All right.
And the border that they're talking about, it's not to keep immigrants out. It's to keep you locked in so you can't get out, outside of this country. That's why they're taking people's visas and everything. So anyway, the final showdown or the awakening is here. So what's taking place now in the awakening is that they're not pulling any punches anymore. It's a full-on assault. They really don't care how you look at it, but this is what it is. Now, going back to what you just said about our people protesting and all, the only reason that we're having all of these people now with what seems to be a change of heart, which is really not, again, it's economics. That's the only language they understand. So the reason why they're out here is because now they see the writing on the wall. Okay, they know. Now you can't pay your rent. You can't pay your mortgage. Your job is gone. The company you used to work for no longer exists. And so now only the people that they have created, we used to be a 3-class society. Now you're either rich or poor. There's no in between. So in this final phase in the awakening, there are several things that have to take place in order for us to be able to fulfill our destiny. And it is our destiny. That can't be taken away from us. It won't be taken away from us. And, it's going to be a brutal fight, but we will prevail. But we're not going to prevail through the type of power that they have shown us. If you, I'll give an example. If you look at China, China has actually taken over the power, the economic power in the world without firing one bullet. They are the #1 manufacturing entity on the planet, and they have made a major chess move in Africa, and I dare to say it's checkmate for the U.S. And what they did was very strategic. First of all, they own a large portion of the real estate in our country, the land, which is our foundation for capitalism. They also have become our #1 export entity or import entity. We no longer manufacture the products that we use every day. All of it comes from China. And this was inevitable because the way that the system is set up, it will continue to exponentially increase in terms of costs, while the revenue and wages will stay flatlined. So in the awakening, there are 3 things that we have to understand. And again, I go back to my teacher, nature, who is our greatest teacher, to explain what we must do and how we must approach this awakening phase in terms of being able to overcome this onslaught that we're facing right now. So we have to begin to look at the medical and the scientific ways that we approach life. There was a study done by the CDC in regards to vaccines in Black babies. Now, there is a reason why Planned Parenthood is located in most of the Black communities throughout the United States, okay, in large cities, because these babies that are being grinded up, and used for vaccines or put in the vaccines. This is a study that a doctor came out against, okay? And this is a video that I can send to you. I think you already got it. I think I already sent it to you, where it's called The Scientific Extermination of Black Babies, where Planned Parenthood are selling fetuses to the CDC, and they're grinding up the babies. And it's right there in the report. You'll see it when you go onto that video, The Scientific Extermination of Black Babies. It's gut-wrenching. It's something that if you got a weak stomach, you may not want to even look at it. But it's under the report on vaccines. And he was saying that, you know, he had to come out with this truth, that he was not afraid of what they would do to him, but that the scientific extermination of Black babies is evil. And this is a white doctor saying this, saying that it's evil, it's inhumane, and that many of the doctors don't even read what goes into the vaccines, the making of the vaccines. So the #1 thing we need to do is we need to pay more attention to medical and scientific information that we have to deal with. And the reason why they can do this is because we don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. So this is like, you know, they have control of these major medical institutions that have the capacity to do this. And, you know, just to think of the magnitude of this evil in itself can just make you just look at it and say, how could, what type of evil could produce this? The second area that we really, really have to pay attention to is the natural and unnatural manifestation of seeds, or the manifestation of unnatural seeds and natural seeds. And let me explain that real quickly. In the law of planting and harvesting, or sowing and reaping, the principles that exist and the elements that exist that I was explaining earlier also has another side to it. Even though we can pull up the physical weeds, the spiritual weeds we cannot. Okay, we can't. And when I say we can't pull them out or pull them up, what I mean is the energy is going to be there through negative energy, regardless. There's nothing we can do to eliminate that. However, we can fight against it. Okay, because if all we need to do is be aware that these natural seeds, unnatural seeds, have now manifested. We see it in our society. We see all of the ramifications of this evil hate, okay, and these lies and deceptions for 2,000 years, because they don't really have a history beyond that, that have been told, retold, manipulated, hidden, okay, hidden in plain sight, for a specific purpose. And these unnatural seeds tie into the artificial history. And so we know through the fact of truth that there is power in truth. Truth is a liberating energy and element. And even if that truth is painful, once the truth is out there, you can't put it back in the bottle. You have to do something with it. So my question is, what is it that continues to make us deny the truth that's right in front of our face? There is no mythical person coming from the sky to save us. That power is already in us. We are the creators and the creatrixes that have to manifest it. And this artificial history is also ingrained in artificial intelligence. Because every time you Google something, trust and believe, you're going to get one side of the story. And all of this information, I remember you saying one time that they could change who Muhammad Ali is 100 years from now. And black people won't know. The black people again won't have any idea that who Muhammad Ali was, or for that matter, any one of our great ancestors. So we better come to grips with the fact that this artificial history and this deception is a major part of a warfare that's being fought against us. And in order for us to have power over this, we have to reject it. Now, this is where the sacrifice comes in at. Because just like, you know, whenever you come forward with the truth, there's a price to be paid. There are consequences for everything. That law is based on the universal laws of the Creator. So every manifestation has a consequence. I remember one time a judge told me, he was like, ignorance of the law does not excuse you from the penalty of the law or the consequences of the law. Just because you are unaware of spiritual knowledge and energy and wisdom doesn't mean that these unnatural seeds are not going to attack you, okay, or have some kind of sympathy on you. So this is why it's so important for us to be able to tell our story with our own platforms, even if it means sitting out under a tree, okay, like the griots used to do. Okay, even if it means you have to walk, go to a park and teach from a park. See, we get so caught up into trying to emulate the oppressors and the deceivers. Oh, you got to get a grant for $25,000. No, I don't. Why would I spend going to debt $25,000 so that you can say I have a legitimate entity? I don't need that. The problem comes in at is our people don't accept us as legitimate unless we have these vestiges of Eurocentric ideology. The success module is based on their standards. Again, this is the big elephant in the room. And if we don't eliminate this, and I'm gonna use a term that, again, one of my mentors, Dr. Amos Wilson, always used: a crimogenic society. And we have to understand that in a crimogenic society, all of its constituents are compromised. It's a creator of criminals, and it's run by criminals, okay? Because the founding principles of this country are based on two massive crimes: the death and destruction of indigenous people on this continent, and the kidnapping and forced slavery of millions of African people. And those two original sins are the seeds of that. The unnatural seeds are still with us today. And after 400 years, the awakening is here in 2020. The other thing about a crimogenic society is that the elements of this crimogenic society you don't control. It's just a knee-jerk reaction to everything. We're not able, the criminals that run this country and the world control 100% of all the wealth, the resources, and all of the institutions that are necessary to keep us in the conditions that we currently exist. And the only way that we're going to be able to overcome this is we have to walk away from this system. Now, I hear a lot of people saying, you know, we have to walk. Now, that doesn't mean that because we still live in a capitalistic system. Okay, unless you're going to create your own economic system, which we're fully capable of. But the reality, again, going back to Dr. Clark, I learned from him was nation building is the next step. You can't stay in that revolutionary stage forever. Because once you do, let's say you do establish your own economic system, or you do get land to do this, then what? So things don't happen overnight. Or as they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. We have to begin now to come to the table and plan, because one of the things that they're going to, and by you being in this industry, you have a full understanding of what I'm saying. There's going to come a time that they are going to cut or sever the ability for Black folks to communicate via their avenues.
Yes, I said that last night about YouTube.
Really?
It wouldn't surprise me that before this year is over, you wake up one day and Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, so on and so forth are all gone. And they shut down the grid and shut the phones off and just don't say anything. We need to start connecting with each other directly. Go ahead, brother.
Yes. No, you are absolutely. I'm going to go back and listen to that video, but you are absolutely correct, because there's too much power being generated and connectedness being generated through these media venues. Okay. And so they're looking at the greater power that they're fighting against. They're not looking at us, because they're just looking at the ones of us who understand this. But the law of divine oneness, or what they call in quantum physics, the law of singularity, they have already ran doing trial runs. Now, being in the solar industry as long as I have, I've seen certain things that the average person are not privy to. And when I see the guys in PG&E out on the trucks doing their work, I go up and talk to them and I find out what's going on. But they are running trials now, shutting down the grid. Here in California, they shut down the electricity grid here, for like weeks. I think you guys should have heard about that. But they shut down the energy grid here, and they do it because they're saying that it's causing the fires here, which is a lie.
Wow.
The fires are caused by these energy-directed weapons that they're using, that they're trying. So, and again, all of this stuff they show us years, decades in advance. Like I can remember movies where they show these lasers that are shot down from a laser weapon to destroy stuff. I remember seeing a movie, at least 25 years ago, where they had this laser weapon. This one guy was trying to get a hold of this terrorist was trying to get a hold of this weapon because it could give him power to control the world with that weapon, that energy directed laser. But we're going to wake up one day and I'm not going to be able to text you, call you. I'm not going to be able to hear from you. I'm not going to be able to do anything. So
that's right.
Right now, I'm a big proponent for not wiping out the postal system. Okay. Now I don't care about you opening my letters as long as they get to the destination.
Right.
Because you can open all the damn letters you want. But some kind of a way, brother, I feel it so strong in my spirit. They are getting ready to sever this. Yes. They are going to sever this. These chips that they're using, they got all the info. See, this was a data mining experiment. Now they have all the info. If Facebook and Google shut down now, they ain't got to talk to you ever again.
Right.
They know who all your cousins, your mama cousins.
We
they
gave
know
it
everything.
up. That's right. We gave it up.
We gave it up. So they know everything. So they don't need for you to be able to talk to nobody no more.
Right.
They have the information they need to carry out the next phase of their plan. Now, what that plan is, I have some idea. I'm sure you have more of an idea because you're in that world. But I'm not sure how they're going to do it. It may be a limited way, but we're not going to have full access like we have now. There may be a period of time. Now, you have taken the creator's natural energy waves, electromagnetic energy waves, and the waves, the sound waves, and the Wi-Fi waves, and all of this, and manipulate it. And now you're telling us, just like with water, we got to pay for it.
Right, but it's we don't own it. We don't own it. We become complacent. It doesn't take as much to create our own. And I put the word out for that. And I want to thank all those who have responded. I'm going to respond back to you and the individuals behind the idea of our own YouTube and our own Facebook. We're going to respond back to you later on this week. But we have to think, look, if you're a little kitten, a cat, and there's food and milk put out at the front door of this particular house, and they feed you every single day, that's not your house. They don't owe it to you. And one day they don't do it anymore. One day they move away and you go there. Are you mad now because it's not there anymore? It's not yours. Doesn't belong to you. You didn't create it. Why are we so complacent and so dependent on something in somebody else's house? This country, no matter how much we say, oh, the land is ours. Well, if they stole it from you, go take it back. If not, shut up. This is not ours. The system that rules over it is not ours. So why are we getting so complacent and dependent on something that's not ours? Why don't we get our own? You know what I mean? So I agree. When they take it back, who can get mad? I'm on here big time.
Right.
Don't you think I'd be upset? But I'm not going to be because I understand what I'm in. This is why I'm pushing content, because there's going to be a day one day soon I will not be able to do it. Hope the ride lasts a lot longer.
As soon as you put it up. They're snatching it.
Exactly.
Eliminating it.
Exactly. This is why my number's out there, my email address is out there. Utilize it, folks. Let's form something different because it's going to be taken away.
Something different. It is. Yeah. I see that coming. You know, they talk about how advanced we are and all this artificial intelligence and all of this. But see, I understand that you didn't have any history till you came in contact with me, with us.
But they're not gonna say that.
So the slaves, and I love what when I study the slave narratives, those people couldn't read and write, but guess what they knew? Oh, so and so, we're gonna meet here over in this barn or this one's slave quarters tonight. We plotting strategy. You can work us from sun up to sundown, and we're so exhausted. But guess what? And boy, I got to tell you, brother, you're working from sun up to sun. I'm talking about work now. I'm not talking about no sending emails and videos and shit. Hey, I'm talking about out there busting grapes straight out like the chain gang when you busting motherfucking bricks. Okay, put cotton all day long, tobacco, which is the foundation of wealth in this country. That's why when I hear young white people say, I didn't have no slave. No, you didn't. But all of this generational wealth that was passed down from our ancestors, you're benefiting from it. We're not. But to this point, the slaves got together, bro, and they planned. That's the one thing I liked about Denmark Vesey. He was a smart brother. They didn't put information out there. The only way they found out about it. So this is a little funny side joke. It's not funny, but it's funny in that our people accept all these crazy, foolish stuff and don't know the origin of it. Now you see, I sent you a link of the jingle bells they used to put on the slaves around their neck, and they had the two little bells. Okay, the white people, this was a joke. They called it jingle bells. And the reason they called that jingle bells is because the white people figured out, okay, we can hear the slaves trying to escape at night because they get together and they plan. And so when they heard the jingle bells, they knew, oh, we got one trying to cut. All right, we better get the dogs out, get everything out. And we turn around and singing jingle bells, jingle all the way, like a fool.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Oh, you aren't you in the Christmas spirit?
Yeah,
what fun it is to ride.
Brother, one of the experiences I had, I was talking to my young people, and it was some black adults in there. And I told them where this came from, and the kids were they wanted to hear more. Do you know the adults said, okay, well, we got 5 more minutes. I was like, 5 more minutes? I have 2 hours. I only talk for hours. They are blocking the truth from our children. They don't want them. As soon as I started talking about the jingle bells and Christmas that they shouldn't sing, the kids were laughing so hard. It was like, really, coach, really? I was like, yeah, that's where it come from. I showed them the picture. Boy, these Negroes got so mad at me, Brother Lance. They was looking at me like, oh, yeah, this nigga right here, he's done. And I was never able to go back and teach in that facility. And so it's our own people, bro, that's blocking. And those are going to be the same ones that are going to become crying to you when the shit hits the fan.
I know. The biggest one's calling me crazy and all that stuff. I mean, I don't forget neither, because I'm going to be like, yo, listen, I'm the crazy one, right? I don't know nothing. I'm crazy.
I look at my phone and say, oh, that's the one that called me crazy. Okay.
Exactly. I'm going to remind them. I'm going to remind them. And I have some who put me, I had somebody tell me, I'm 57 now, it might have been about 7, 8 years ago. Oh, you just got over 50 and they're not going to give you a mortgage when you're over 50. I'm like, now, not that I was looking for one, right? But how many white folks you see at 65, 70, 75 buying property? They want you to default on the loan. They don't mind giving it to you because in the beginning, you're paying interest. They're getting their pockets full. They don't give a damn if they sell the house over 10 times. So what kind of foolishness that these frenemies come and try to put in your head and look so stupid when they're living a crappy life now after trying to go after the American nightmare? It really bugs me out how stupid some people can be. But they're not stupid. They just don't like the stuff you're taking because you're supposed to be below them, and they've gotten nowhere after a lifetime of being a coon. I hope you're listening.
I hope you're listening, because now, sad to say, there's going to have to be some purging done in order for us to move forward. Okay. It's going to have to be some purging because these energy vampires are sucking our melanin and our blood through these people. And, like back in the day, bro, when they find out who you are, you better be on a train leaving somewhere.
On that midnight train to Georgia. We ain't talking about Georgia. That's the last place you want to be.
Oh, man, bro, I know Georgia. That's where I'm originally from.
Right.
So, and my roots are from.
Going back to find.
Okay, a simpler place in time. But I learned so many lessons. The thing that helped me escape that, though, my older brothers, they lived in Harlem, the Bronx, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Chicago. So, so in the summertime, I couldn't wait till school was over. I would go, to where my older brothers would spend the summers up there.
Yes.
To get away from that madness. And then when I was able to leave after high school and go to Morgan, I never turned back, brother. I never looked back.
Right.
And I was so glad because those people are playing evil, man. It's just no other way to say it.
Right.
But going back to this final stage of awakening, I don't know. I know you were away. I was talking a little bit about it.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you were able to hear me.
Yes, I was listening.
But in this awakening, everything is going to be exposed. Everything, you know, the old saying, we live in a glass house.
Mm-hmm.
All of that is there. There is no hiding anymore. So now that we actually see them, we have a choice. And this is where the fight or flight comes in at.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand our people, because of that, we turn our eyes away from the truth. We don't want to see it, or we don't want to confront it,
mm-hmm.
and we don't want to look at it.
We're in denial.
Because, but we have to deal with this pain, because that's the only way that we're going to overcome this pain, to move to the next stage. And the Creator is saying, okay, well, guess what? I'm going to eliminate the ones that are standing in the way. And the awakening, this is it right here. This is when the full-blown, all-out assault against our people is here.
Mm-hmm.
It's here.
Mm-hmm.
There is no turning back. So we have a big decision to make.
Yes.
We want to, and I'll give 3 points about this. One is we have to look at the truth of what it is with history, the stolen legacy, what these people have done or continue to do, and the evil, and we must teach our children about it. You know, like Dr. Amos used to say, we teach our children, we want to be just like them. No, we don't. You want them to be rapists. You want them to be killers, thieves, or just plain out evil. Is that what you're saying to your kids? Because when you look at that history, it's violent. Even in the religious sense, it's a violent history. And it was forced upon us. And this is not to make our kids angry, but so that somebody can't come smiling in your face just because, or you hugging them because they're on one knee. We already see, look, we are never going to be able to be a black Wall Street or a black anything if we got milk in our coffee. Okay, that has been proven over and over and over again. So the first thing we have to do, and I'm not even going to deal with religion. I'm so sick of that. The first thing we have to do is educate our children. And you know, in a way, this quarantine thing is good because now we can take, and this is why they keep us working these jobs, 2 and 3 jobs, so we won't have time to homeschool. We don't have time to teach our kids the things that they need to know. Why? It's because we're chasing the American nightmare, as you call it. Okay? So in the area of education, we have to come up with a new game plan. That's what actually was the inspiration for me going forward with my Academy of Nature. And I know there are going to be some people, and it's based strictly on the universal principles of the Creator and that nature and the blueprint of nature. It's based strictly on that. But there are going to be people that's going to say, well, you know, it's not, blah, 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 and that's not a real school, or it's not a real this. Okay, that's fine. But as long as I'm able to get this information where it needs to get, I don't care what you think about it.
That's right.
Because I don't need your validation to do it.
That's going right.
Okay. I've gotten to the point where I don't need that. The second thing that we need to do, well, actually, it should have been the first, is what we were just discussing. We have to come up with a game plan right now on how we're going to communicate. Because when they shut us off, not only they're going to shut us off economically, They're going to shut off whole community. This is why they do the redlining and the knowing the zip code. The first thing they ask you, they don't even need to know the city you live in anymore. Just
Exactly.
what's the zip code?
But you know what's very interesting is that many of our so-called downtrodden African neighborhoods are called hoods. We're next to these highways that we can't physically cross, and on the other side is the affluent. It's always next to a highway. It's like, is that a military tactic to have our neighborhoods near a highway where their military vehicles can get to us really quick? And it never.
Or their drones.
Or the drones go anywhere. Yeah, but that's going to be primarily how they come at us too, because we're going to have to get rid of these phones. We're going to have to. We're going to have to because that's the thing they're going to track. The drones are going to follow us that way. Now, imagine if I said this 10 years ago, I was going to be a real quack. But I was saying stuff like that before. You talk about getting chipped, but you got a chip in your phone. You got a chip in your so-called credit card or debit card, and you worried about what they're going to put in you, and you already got it. What the heck?
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. And these nanobots, they're in everything we drink. They're in everything we eat. They can come through our skin. So these are the conductors that they use with that frequency because they're already in our bodies. Okay, so they can go right through our bodies and connect with that. But we got to come up with a game plan in terms of, okay, you remember when they first started teaching computer programming, the binary language, the machine language. I forget the name of it, but it's a binary code. But the way that you know what to do next, it was if then. If this happens or this binary code comes up, then you go this way. You remember that? In the early days of the computer programming language?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like how they got this set up now. That based on the information they have from us, then they'll decide which way to go. Almost like to check and block you, like, on chess moves.
Yes.
So whatever plan we come up with, it can't be on social media, bro.
Right. Exactly.
It cannot.
There's going to be a time we
I
have to
can
cut
send
it.
you, we need to get P.O. boxes or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the answers. Or maybe drones. I don't know. Maybe we can buy these little tiny drones and put, write a message in and put it in there and go to Brother Land's house and take program it and then go there and take it to you. Unless you're going to shoot.
We got to be able to go into a place or build structures where their signals can't get through. Like okay, say you have a house and you build a house. There's certain things you're going to have in that wall in that house. Yeah. And there's a certain room you need to have in that house that has no windows at all and is reinforced, with no electrical anything going through. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I have a friend who specializes in that. A room in the center of the house and maybe down under the ground where you can go under there. Now, it might get a little funky real quick, but that's just to go down there and communicate. And when you do communicate, you're going to write something down on a piece of paper. You're going to come outside and you're going to burn it. You know what I mean? So they can't use anything from up top. There's a lot of creative things we have to do and then we got to have rooms with windows that are high up. The windows, maybe like if it's a 10-foot ceiling, have the window from like 7 feet to 9 feet, have it covered by awnings that come down like hurricane type awnings that you can lift up and put down. You don't want to be in the line of sight of no drone. If you're outside, you want to have like a carport type thing or overhang thing, but you want to have a fence that's higher than that. So a drone can't see you, but you have to have it built with these materials where they can't send any kind of signal to look through those walls, because they can do that now with the heat in your body.
No question.
Yeah,
the heat,
So these people who have these big mansions, I got 7 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms and whatever, it's wood. They can look at you.
It's
They can
wood.
shoot through it. They can
Yeah.
do. Why not have walls that are 4 feet thick, 5 feet thick? Why you want this big house where you're naked and out of doors? A match can burn you down. Where you can build a smaller fortress that fits all your needs. Why not go somewhere where you can catch your water? But you have to be careful because they can drop something in your water. Why not have solar power, and cut off from the system? Why not go out somewhere further where you can grow your own food? All these things you can do. Get with somebody who knows the body. We have to heal and take care of our own body. Mrs. Scurv just handed me something. She handed me some Cersei. She said, here's your cup of Cersei. She might hand it to me later on. There are different herbs and different things I take. Whatever she just here. I don't care. I mean, she might have peed in it. I don't know, but I'm going to drink it. You know what I mean?
You got the master doctor, herbologist there with you.
Exactly. So,
that's great.
She over there laughing. So you said, y'all might pee in it? I'm like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? You gotta have but I'm just
man.
Yeah. You gotta proactively go after these things, because remember, the things that are in our food are there to tear us down and to not only make us malnourished, but to not nourish us. It's like cheap filler. And we get these calories and we fill up on it and we think we have nutrition. We just have calories and we're draining our body over time. We are being attacked on so many different fronts, and some of us are so slow not to wonder about that. Like I said, I have pulled back greatly from interaction in society.
Me too, man.
Yes, I'm on YouTube, I'm doing this, but I know there's going to come a time when this is going to be over, because the only constant in this world is change, and nothing ever stays the same. So enjoy this period.
That's
When I think back to the 1970s and the vinyl, in the 45s and the giant singles, you know what I mean? And we had, pay phones that we had to go to. You call somebody up. Yeah. If they weren't home, that was it. You just wait until they come around. This is a whole different time now, and we have become dumbed down. We can't even remember a phone number, where before, all the friends we had, we knew their phone numbers. You know what I mean? We didn't have to have it on a piece of paper. I remember my old phone numbers exactly.
That movie with Malcolm X, the brother who could Indian Archie.
Yeah. And
remember the numbers, right?
Right. And he was so caught up in even though he was doing a couple things unrighteous, he was so much of a perfectionist as a numbers man. When Malcolm X found him as an old man, Malcolm, was I really wrong with that number? It bugged him. It's like me with typos on my blog. Right. If you find a typo, please let me know so I can correct it.
that was interesting.
But you worked your brain. You worked your brain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're going to turn around and try to bar Spike Lee from the his status of going in to the VIP interest in the garden. They always trying to come back and hit at us because of some truth that we came out with. Yeah. And it's real childish. But to stay in this area we're talking about, because there's something coming out of this right here. Yeah. Is this 5G system.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now this 5G system, what they're telling us is for, they're telling everybody, it's the newest generation. It's going to speed up everything. It's going to be real time.
Speed up.
No, that's not what it's for.
That's right.
I don't believe it. What do you think, brother? What do you think this 5? Because you deal with these electronics a lot.
Well, I hear a lot from people who are more brilliant than I, but the bottom line is, from what I heard, what it would actually be and would appear to be, there was a gentleman speaking on this, and he told me, he said, listen, when you say, I'm going to paint a picture, right? You're walking down the street and you walk to your favorite restaurant, or maybe a restaurant that you've never been to before. But because you've been to your favorite restaurant across town, another city, state, or country, that information is logged in. So let's just say that we were here in America, but we're in Venezuela somewhere. And we walk into this restaurant that we never walked into before. And all of a sudden I'm walking in and it says, good evening, Mr. LANCESCURV. How are you doing today? Just I'm not holding my phone or nothing. It's just a voice out of speaker, right? Okay. And then I go in, and the voice says to me, not the voice out of nowhere, but maybe if I have an earpiece in, it'll be directed to me.
Alexa.
Alexa style type thing. But there'll be maybe some speakers there that, surround sound. It directs it at you, and it says, I'm a vegan, but I'm going to use this example. Since you love sautéed brown stewed chicken so much, you need to check out our menu because we have an excellent so and so. And you can have a seat at the table. They don't need a waitress, right? Unless they need somebody to bring your food. But have a seat at our table, and we'll be with you shortly. And then something electronic pops up on the thing. You pick what you want, and the one waitress that's working the whole place because they don't need that many waitresses comes out and brings you your food. Okay, it's going to track everything about you, about you, your vehicle, your personal stuff. It may not be public, but it'll be logged in, but every little thing about you. You might be driving by the mall one day and on the radio, you listen to a radio station and it will tell you, your significant other loves that type of perfume. We have it on sale here at Macy's. It's a step ahead of you. It's Alexa all day. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Alexa
all absolutely.
Day.
iRobot.
Now, see, that's what they try to lure you in with. That your stuff is logged in this way, whether it's the cloud or whatever.
Right.
You lose your phone, you'll know where to find it. There's a medical emergency. Your body will sense your pulse rate, your heart rate. All these good things they're telling to you, but they're not telling you the other stuff about control, about watching you. Right. Okay. This is what I found out from a good source the other day. These LED lights that they have, right?
Oh, yeah. I know about that.
Yeah, they're putting them all over the place and saying they're more efficient. It's a better range. It's more efficient. But they're not telling you that there are cameras inside of that thing. So if you're trying to run away,
here by my window, I'm looking at it right now.
Exactly. So if you're trying to get away and they record, if you're trying to get away, trust me, they will log you all along whatever street you go down. You got drones. You got the chip. Like I said, we need to get out of here and get away from this phone. We need to go to get a phone that does not have any GPS in it. A lot of us are so hooked on games and hooked on you. Look, let me tell you something. I look at YouTube. I look at Facebook for distribution purposes. I use all social media to distribute the content that I'm creating. But we got to stop being addicted to it. I'm a content creator. I have no addiction to this stuff. I'm a conversationalist that came up from a time when we didn't have anything but payphones and Nintendo or whatever have you, right? Our addiction to this thing is going to be our downfall, And
we're better off, actually.
Yeah, no. We'll have more human expression, communication, and things won't be as cold as they are now. Social distancing, they already started us with social distancing. I know a lady who texted her little boy to go out into the kitchen and get something for her in the room.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is what we're already socially distanced and disconnected.
Oh my goodness.
This is what they want. So when something goes down, we don't know what to do. Go ahead.
No, excuse me for cutting you off, but during this quarantine, I didn't stay in the house not one day, bro.
Right.
I've been every single day. I went right on with my program every day.
Exactly.
So, but to your point, they have a cafe now that's ran by a robot in San Francisco. It's just an arm. I'm punching with. Well, if you go into McDonald's and stuff with people now, they just punch in what they want. Blah blah blah. So that's a way to eliminate jobs. A lot of those jobs are going to be eliminated, gone forever, man.
Of course, they're not. This world has changed already. It's not coming back. It's going to be different.
It's not coming back.
It's already there, but we don't realize it yet. Again, because they have us quarantined and inside. But more important, we've already been quarantined mentally. You have people who are sitting at a dinner table and they're all on their phones. You have people who are going out to lunch or going out to dinner, but they're always on the phones and they're not connected to each other. Like I said, very, very soon, I'm getting rid of this phone that has GPS and is called a smartphone. It will only be used for phone calls. The only way to reach me wherever I am is on an email. And that's going to be, and I'm going to tell everybody here, you need to go to Proton Mail. Leave all the other mail platform, Proton Mail. It's located in Switzerland and it's encrypted in a way that unless
what is it called?
Proton Mail. Proton Mail. Proton Mail.
Okay.
Yeah, and get a phone that has no GPS. If you can get an older phone, And if you have to reduce your service where you only could make calls on it, I could take it a step
Oh,
further than
okay.
that, but I won't broadcast it all over the place.
Okay.
It's stuff that I'm going to be doing within the next few weeks. There'll be a time where my number will be good, but all of the texting and I won't be able to receive or give text, only phone calls. You'll be able to email me. That's coming very soon. So I'll keep the number, but the number is not going to be connected to any phone as we know it, except an old phone or old device, but it cannot have any GPS to it. And they're going to be hoarding up these phones, these older phones, and you don't need anything with data. Just make the call. You understand? Make it and all this upgrade and chips and
is
code
that
virus.
That Skype technology?
Right. Say it again.
Is that Skype technology?
I'm not sure.
Skype. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing I'm not sure about. Before I put out any, what I mean, Skype is Skype. I have Skype now. And there's certain things I'll have.
Okay.
No, there's certain things I will have, but it ain't going to be around me. There's certain things I will have that I have to get to drive like 50 miles to get to. It won't be nowhere near me wherever I am. And it won't be in my name. The only thing, is checking somebody else's email through Proton Mail and a phone call on a limited time within 1 hour. I'm going to keep the phone off most of the time. It's going to go back to primitive stuff. I'm going to go stealth. I have to. I'm out there too much. I'll still do what I do. I'm never going to stop that as long as it's there, but it won't be as direct as it is now.
That's
because
good.
I know it's coming. I know it's coming. I see it. I've been told different things, and a lot of us refuse to even consider certain things. A lot of us say, I don't know everything, but I'm telling you, I'm doing what I got to do now. I am not connected to this on any level as far as, what am I going to do? YouTube, a conversation, fool. Talk to people. Gather with people. Tell stories again. Yesterday, we bought some books.
Cut that YouTube.
Yeah, no, I know.
The first one.
I know.
That's the first one they get ready to attack. There's YouTube.
But they did it a year and a half ago, and people were flipping. They shut it off for a few minutes, and people were calling me. Like, yo, I don't know.
I remember that.
Yo, Lance, what's going on? I'm like, yo, I'm just in the dark as you are. I don't know. And I don't care.
I had a friend from Dallas call me, one of my ex-teammates, he called me. He was like, man, I've been trying to call you all day yesterday. He said it just went to voicemail. I was like, why? He was like, well, the services went down. I found out from other people that everybody had this problem. I couldn't even contact my workers in the field. And I'm looking at the phone saying, I didn't have no calls from you yesterday.
See that?
And I was like, oh, wow.
And just like it was mentioned about the banks wanting you to use apps for their artificial illusionary money, why do we need apps? Take your cash out of the bank while it's worth something, get you some land and do a deal, cash. You don't want any of these things documented. Of course, you're going to have to, land deeds and property. Yeah, you can do that, but don't do it in this country. Do it with other people. You have 10 family members. You got to have trust. Do it in somebody else's name. Share. Make it confusing for them to track you. They capitalize on us being or wanting to be so private and socially distanced and you can't trust nobody. What happened to family members trusting family members? And I don't mean just blood family. You got blood family that will jack you up faster. I mean the loved ones who are in your. I got people here. You and my family, brother. You know what I mean? If I had $1 million and said, hey, listen, man, hold this. You can spend what you need to keep you living and whatever you want to. I'm good with that. Just hold this, because if they snatch me, you got it.
Right. It ain't going to happen.
No, but what I'm saying is that, they have us against each other. We have black men against black women and black women against black men. And I'm going to the white man or I'm going to the white girl and this and that and my hair and my nails and I'm hanging out. I'll rock your world. I'll tear you up, girl. We've got our minds in the wrong place, man. What the hell? When all your asses is running with stuff in the corner of your eye, running across glass on your bare feet, hungry, got to leave stuff. I mean, when you really got, have you been put in a complacent state of mind? They kick your door in and rolling on you like, come on, it can happen. Listen,
Breonna Taylor.
You go home and you feel so, I close my door, I'm in my bed. Let me tell you something. I'm not a military guy, but I've talked to a lot of people who are trained that way and beyond. I'm a spirit guy. But it would not take me about 20 seconds when you in your bed. I study the layout of your house. Now, provided you might have a little something to surprise me back, understood. But if I got this in my mind to come get you, give me 20 seconds. I will get in your house, get in your bedroom, get my hands around your neck.
No doubt.
When you waking up, shocked. I don't care if the alarm goes off by the time you realize it. I don't care if I got to break glass by the time you realize it. And don't be drunk and don't be full of pork. I will get you. It only takes but so where I live. If you really wanted to do it, boom, you can get in and you know. So I'm a night bird though. You know, we take shifts here. You know, so if I'm up at night. I'll sleep a little bit during the day.
Somebody
whatever.
wanted to take you out, bro. If
Exactly.
somebody really wanted to take you out, it can be done.
Let me tell you something. And I know that too. You know, so it's gonna come to a point very soon. You know, I'm just if it gets to that point, I'm not gonna be paranoid, walking around aluminum foil around my ears, whatnot. But you know, be ready to be in a state of mind in this country to be able to sleep in your military boots. You must buy. Look. When you have some good boxing shoes on or some good sneakers or some good boots on, you can ground your feet and fight. When you got to run and your feet are so tender from always having shoes on and you got to run across concrete and sticky pebbles and glass up out of your sleep, you just going to give up because that bad boy hurts. You done stubbed your toe. I'm telling you, it sounds crazy. Get you some military boots. Get some good strong where you can walk on glass and nails.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Grab for them bad. Let me tell you something. I don't care about the shirt. That ain't going to protect me. I don't care if I don't have no pants and my ass is out. Go ahead and laugh at me. But if I got to pick one thing to wear when I leave out of here, I'm grabbing the military boots. I don't care if I'm naked with balls swinging. You can laugh, but I'm getting further than you. Yes, I am.
I'm looking back over my shoulder.
And you want to get some tough pants that you can not scrape your knee on and something on the top, but them boots and them feet, that's what's contacting the ground, and you can kick somebody with that bad boy. Hey, you might see it on the news. That's why they're trying to get us.
That's why they're trying to get us to wear these tight clothing.
No.
So you won't be flexible.
Right, and have something with some tough pockets. Not too many, but some tough pockets, and already have them loaded up already. So like I said, bottom line, if you see a headline or some news flash pop up on your smartphone while we have it, black, bald, naked man with balls swinging in military boots was running down the street, but we could not find him. We could not catch up.
Well, you know, they got the facial recognition now. Now, when you talk about these cameras and these LED lights, I really believe that's for facial recognition. I mean, to listen to. To listen primarily, but to look too. They're so paranoid because they know how they think and the evil they conjure up that they're thinking, okay, well, I need to block. That's the reason why they can block us in so many areas because it's already in their spirit.
Well, you know what it is? I'll just have to get them boots, and the next thing I'll get, they'll swear I'm the naked Tin Man with boots on because I have a bucket on my head with holes cut in it. Facial recognition, that.
Yeah.
I'm just being funny.
No, man. It's good to laugh, man.
Oh, yeah, we got to laugh in the trenches. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have to keep our spirits
brother,
up.
I know you. I know you got a full day ahead of you.
Oh, yeah, I'm just beginning. I'm just starting.
It's
only just begun.
Only just begun.
But you know, when you heard, then we'll tell a secret. When you called me early and I was like, listen, man, give me another 2 hours or whatever. I was coming up out of it. I got a deep sleep, but I was coming out of it. So, you know, from when I wake up, I come out swinging into the last minute of the day. Yeah. And that's what I commit to doing. But nothing's going to last forever. And we're going to remember the times when we had access to each other. So at least the least thing we can do today, I'm begging everybody, make an email that you never have for anything else. If you do it, Proton Mail has a free, up to a certain amount of storage. It's free. You can pay for some extra storage, which you're going to need. But it's in Switzerland, it's encrypted, and regular hackers cannot get to it. Now, the government can to a point, but it has to be something where it's official. They can't go snooping in on it the way they want to. If you done murdered somebody and say, hey, proton mail, this is what we have, whatever, that's a different story. But nobody is going to get that message, only but you. So it's free for certain, and for normal use, the free is way more. And to use that good, don't let your box fill up and say, okay, it's near its storage end. You're going to have to delete things if you want to keep it free. But keep it for specific people. Don't have, oh, Macy's has a sale and it's coming there. No, this is business, right? And it's like I said, anything that I get, I'm going to share. But we have to be able to get off of the grid wherever we are and live without the amenities, flashlights, candles, dry food, raisins, and oats and pastas and things that we can throw in a bag and have our bug out bag. If you don't know what that is, Google it and be ready to snatch and go. That's all. You have your things, but you're going to have to part with them things, snatch and go. You know, get solar, get solar chargers for your for whatever electronics you have, and look for a phone that has no GPS, that you can only use to make calls, that is not taking data. Where you say, well, I can just get it with data capabilities, but I won't use it. No, the government can go in your stuff if you have that capability. You just want that bare minimum and be ready to be gone and have a plan with your family where if something goes down, you know where to meet without anything. I'll bring in some guys who really know some stuff that can speak it better than me. You know? Yeah,
I like to get some of that knowledge because when that chatter is cut off, they get nervous.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, they're not talking.
And we need to have
what are they planning?
And we need to practice that amongst our circle, right? We need to have a day where we do not get on these phones. Nothing. And all of us in our circle. And communicate in other ways. We need to have alternative means. It might be an old granny down the block. Listen, granny, this is what it is. Can I put a phone in your name? Well, you ain't selling no drugs, baby, are you? No. This is what it is. You know, I got 2 blades in the back. You want those? Yeah. So like, let's change our way of thinking. You know, just change our way of thinking. I agree. You know?
Yes. Yes.
That's right.
Well, Brother Lance, you know, you somebody I could talk to all day, man. I could talk
and I can talk to you all day too.
5 hours. Oh yeah. I know.
Once I get started, it's a wrap. Man. Once I get started, it's a wrap.
This has been good. This has been good.
Yes, thank you, brother.
And I thank you, brother. You know, this is something we have to continue to do, and
on a regular.
I'm gonna continue to make sure that I keep up with the information you're putting out, and because we need to be on point now.
Yes,
during this period.
And I just want to say, anybody want to reach out to me incognito by PO Box? The PO Box's address is right there for now.
Oh, okay.
There may be other ones in other places, other countries, and it may have to go through 3 PO Boxes before it reaches me. I'm going to set it up that way, so people don't think that, oh, that's where he is. That's because that's where the PO Box is. No, don't mean that. You know, we got to be shrewd.
Well, when you come up with those ways that you're talking about, make sure you hit me up. I'm going to look at this proton mail and get any. Yeah,
proton mail. And listen, I don't get kickbacks from these people. This is just real stuff I'm sharing with you.
Oh, okay.
And I have a brother also who's a specialist in solar power also. But
really?
Yeah. I want you and him to come on, but he's a specialist in a military kind of way, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the both of you connecting in on that would be wonderful. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So we got to bring all our knowledge. And if anybody out here has someone that they know that's a specialist who is one of us, and also I'll talk to anybody who has information, generic information that we can extract from. See, I'm not pushing nobody else's agenda. Hey, well, I don't know what Lance got that white pastor on talking about Jesus. No, but if you're somebody who makes a product or knows of a product that will help us to survive, bring them on. I don't care what race they are. If they have information for us.
I'm glad you said that.
Yes.
No, excuse me for cutting you off.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because we got to get out of this mindset of demonizing everything. Now, of course, we understand the system and all of this.
Right.
But the reality is, if someone, it's the position that we approach them with. Now, if we approach them with our hand out saying, you know, hey, look, this is what we need from you, or can you help us? That's the wrong position.
Right.
If we approach from a position of power, okay, this is what I have. This is what I can offer you.
Right.
What are you willing to offer us as a result? It's not, and they can be green. I don't care what color they are.
Right. Right.
Okay. So we've got to get over this stuff about, okay, well, because the fact of the matter, brother, and you know this, our people just not going to do what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many years we've spent, you know, trying to awaken our people and trying to connect and do things.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do tell you something,
Mm-hmm.
when it's time for it to happen, you're looking around like, damn, where is everybody?
Yep. Let me tell you something.
So,
yeah, go ahead, brother.
yeah.
No.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
I know a group of black brothers who, I forgot, I think it was McKinney, Virginia, just south of the okay, McKinney, was it North Carolina? McKinney, Virginia? It was near a borderline. Okay, it was a little bit above the borderline of North Carolina, okay?
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Route 95 to Route 85 to Route 1.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And this part has nothing to do with it, but we were driving and it was dark. It was Route 1. We took this street. Everything was a hick town. And all of a sudden, pitch black, man. It's like we were going through somebody's farm. And we had our headlights on and we saw this woman, a white woman, walking barefoot, swinging her behind like she was picking up somebody. And she had these Daisy Dukes on it. And one of my friends, hey, man, slow down. What, are you crazy? This is the South. We drove up. All of a sudden, this big pickup truck with the bright headlights. Wow. She hopped in and they drove behind us. Anyway, make a long story short, in that neck of the woods, I ended up back there passing through. And I knew one of the brothers who were there. And there was a bunch of them there. And they were hungry. But there was a racist white restaurant that didn't want to serve black folks that I heard that when they did, I don't know how the story really went, but they would do things to the food. So like, we can't eat there, man. The food's good, but we can't eat there. I said, listen, you're sitting here with a white guy. Let him go in there and order the food. What I'm saying is that you got to be strategic to get what you want. You got to be a chameleon. We can't be as emotional. This is survival now. We got to do it. I'm not bending down to nobody that don't look like me and don't like me. I'm not cooning for nobody. But this is survival, and you got to outthink. You got to outthink and have discipline beyond measure. You see what I mean?
You do.
I overhear stuff. I find myself in stealth mode online, just like they do, listening to their information. There's 316 people here. You can't tell me there ain't 50 white folks listening to this.
Oh, no doubt.
There might be more than us. Let's hear what the smart niggas are talking about.
More than them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's some Klansmen in here. There's some law enforcement in here that want to kill people, want to do things. They're listening too. They smart. They're smart. Yeah. Parasites are smart.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah. So we got to be smart too. That's right.
From the host.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do. I agree with everything you just said. And sometimes, and I'll end on this. About 5 years ago, I was tuned into a program, and this lady was saying how there was an old black lady pushing a cart down the street, and her dogs ran and now she said one of the dogs was like a pit bull or mixed with a pit or whatever. That dog ran on her porch when that person was coming towards them. And she looked back at the dog was shaking.
Oh, wow.
And then she turned back around and looked at the lady, and she was saying, that's not a black person. But this lady is black. This is not a real person or whatever it is. It's not a real melanated person. And the dog picked it up and was so frightened.
There's a lot of people out here wearing these masks. Let's not forget.
Mm-hmm.
They're driving around
Mm-hmm.
and shooting people. Like I heard yesterday that many of these white nationalists are driving their vehicles and hitting people. You know, sometimes you're at the curb and you're waiting for a car to go by and you say, okay, they're driving. And you get kind of close, you know, and you know that they're going to, and they will cut that with boom, knock your knees off, knock you down and keep driving.
Wow.
We got to be careful when we see these vans parked up out of places. We got to move in numbers and take random pictures where you are and be ready to take if something don't look right. When you see a license plate, when you see something that looks strange, say it to yourself. Speak it under where you can hear it under your breath. Who cares if you're talking to yourself? You remember that better. It's a tactic on the brain. You remember those things better. There's a 1972 Chevrolet, you know, with a nice paint job. It's a Latino man and they're playing some salsa music, so and so and so, and forget about it. But you won't forget about it.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
And the other thing is they're hiding behind these companies that have writings on their vans and stuff. And so they're using all these diversion tactics.
That's right.
But you know, one of the real issues that we got to confront head on is that we have to find another way of doing business.
Yes.
Because the other thing that they're gonna do is they're gonna block access. That they may do it through credit or however they're gonna do it. But there's gonna come a time. I don't care how much money you have, you're not gonna be able to do business.
Well, look what they're doing. Okay, look what they're doing. These businesses are shutting down because of the COVID. Okay, they want to send people home. We don't want to spread. That's a lie. But
that's a lie.
They're doing the Amazon thing, forcing you to order things more.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah,
so now
Amazon.
we can't walk down the street to do business face to face. We're going to have to go to the bigger places or order something, and we're at their power. What if they make it where we can't receive these goods at our home or in our zip code because we don't service that area because of the crime?
Oh, right.
A lot of little things that they're going to do, and we're not even aware of it.
High crime area. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. We're going to be in a food desert. Most of the black hoods don't have quality food except Dollar General, Family Dollar, or any other sucrose, galactose, glucose, corn syrups distribution centers to keep us diabetic and have our kids eating these bad foods because you can get that for 25 cents in the sweet. And we don't eat for nourishment, nutrition. We eat bad food to stave off hunger. We don't care what it is. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat them cheese doodles. I eat something good now. And we never eat nothing good now. Little kids walking behind you 6 feet with orange fingers. To my mommy, I'm hungry. You know? So, I mean, it is what it is. Brother, I know you got to go. You know I'm fired up. I can talk all day.
Oh, yeah, you fired up.
And one day soon I'm going to do a rant show. I'm going to talk for like 5 hours and just rant off the top of my head and jump from one subject to the next and just empty it all out. I'm mad and I'm crazy. I'm going to hysterical. You'll be laughing and I'm going to be saying some stuff off the top of my head. I ain't going to hold back.
Bruh, don't hold back, man. Don't hold back at all. And I'm going to try to get my stuff done early today. What time you coming with that flavor?
Within the next few days with that particular one, but I have 2 tentative shows today. And I definitely, if I don't do either one of them, which I know I'm going to do one later on, they'll be alive. That might be the one. But I want to, when I do that rant, I probably want to take my stuff outside live, hold my microphone like it's a daggone one-man show and just go off. Just go off. I'm going psycho. I've been holding these things for a long time. You know what I mean?
like that intro you came in on the last video. You was like, Donald Trump said he made Juneteenth famous. Ah, boy, I almost died. This sick ass. You made Juneteenth famous, really? But boy, I just feel that energy in you, boy. I was laughing so hard. I was like, and those 2 brothers that came on, they was great, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That you
Scrooge
brought
Greedy.
in. Yeah.
Yes, it's a Brother Killer Brew. If you listen, we're going to have you on
keep
again.
doing what you're doing, man.
Yes,
Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You know, a lot of times our people don't give up, you know, the praise. And it's not really praise, but just recognition.
Yes.
You know, that what you're doing is so... what would happen if the LANCESCURV show suddenly ended today? That's what the people who are benefiting from that, including me, need to think about. Not that it is. I'm not, I'm just saying.
No, I know. But what I'm
these
saying
are the things we don't think about.
There's a lot of good people out here. I'm not going to knock nobody, but we know there's a lot of rotten, self-serving, stupid, drama-seeking people out here. I won't even give power to their names. You know what it is. Like I said, we got to be pure and shoot from the hip and understand that we're the sum total of our experiences. We've all come through different things, lots of trauma, lots of post-traumatic slave disorder. So we have to accept each other and have more understanding of where we came from, because we all have a story to tell and we all have something good to share, to bring to the table. So let's not be condescending on our brothers and sisters who've had to go through more than us. And this is why I let everybody of us come on. Like last night, Sister Tiny was brilliant last night. And for those who said, oh, her language is this and her language is that, but you sit here and take the punishment and the treatment from the oppressor, and you don't even move your damn condescending mouth to say anything to them. So listen, we got to take the bad, take the good. I'm sorry, we ain't taking no bad. We got to take the good and leave the bad. If you don't like every bit of food on the plate, pick off the food you like and leave the rest and get rid of it. That's all I say.
Well, that's what our body does, right?
Say it again?
That's what our body does, right? That's what our body does when we eat the food. It takes the nutrients and proteins and then eliminates everything else.
Right.
And the natural sugar.
That's right. Yeah. That's what we got to do. You know what I mean? Because you know what? This foolishness that people do online, when you look back at the end of the day, you say, man, I spent so many hours on this thing. What did I really do? Getting in personality conflicts with avatars, people that you don't even know their damn face, getting mad over them. What? I mean, is it really important?
Oh man, there's so much foolishness, bro. It's just too much.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to stand on what we know. This whole thing is gonna be over soon, and the games will just have to dissipate with it, swallow it, and just keep on going.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yes, sir.
Yes, my brother. So do your thing, man. Reach out to me anytime. Doesn't even have to be planned. It could be at a moment's notice. You know how to get me, and we're going to keep moving forward. You know what I mean? Okay, brother.
That's right. And thanks again, man. I appreciate you and your wife and so much, and what you guys are doing, and your audience, and all of the people that's connected to what you guys are doing, man.
Thank you.
And let's keep moving forward.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, my brother. Peace and love to you.
Thank you so much. Peace.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
my love.
Yes, yes, yes. Why are you doing to me, Lance? Listen, you're sitting there saying that I don't call you, whoever you are. Let it all come out. I am not angry, but we will deal with trolls, whether they change their names to different names or not. I am not taking this type of energy in my room, and every roach that comes in, I'm going to smash it. What was your former name? If I have your name or your number logged into my phone, I must know the real name. The name you put up and the avatar that you put up. No, I mean, who are you? Show your voice. All I'm asking you to do is call. Call. You're saying all this stuff in the chat room. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. People think, oh, the show's over, so I can start airing out and saying different things. No, I got no shame. 407-590-0755. Don't play the victim. There are times that people call me and I don't always get back, but you've been running off with the mouth for the longest time about, yeah, he don't call me. Yeah, he don't call me. There are people who come to me. I'm the most loving individual in the whole wide world. I'll give the shirt off my back. I will send you money. I'll make food for you. I'll do anything for you. But when sometimes people have their own secret agendas and hidden motivations because, oh yes, I can air out an agenda that doesn't go along with what LANCESCURV's platform is all about. Okay, I had a woman one time, Lucky, I won't be able to take a call right now because I know that's not, Lucky, I'm gonna take your call in a little while unless you want to talk on the show. If it's a private call, I'll talk to you right after. But anybody else here, man, we have people that I've had to block. I've had to block a gazillion people, trust me, and for all kinds of weird reasons. People run you down because they want to promote a weird agenda that I'm not in agreement with, or they want to be slick about it, and I have to be very careful, right? Because of the people who know. They know that they know that they know. One thing, look, I'm a servant of my people, but I'm going to say it this way. I have gained a certain amount of credibility. Like you see, I said the numbers out there, 407-590-0755. We're not giving attention to this kind of energy, but sometimes you do. So the others that are out there know that they can't get away with it. I have credibility with many of you out here. I am human. Sometimes I miss a call. Sometimes I miss putting people in melanin envy. So you have to send me this stuff again, which I did to 2 people last night. I put their stuff in. I'm human. Look at the amount of content that I put out. I love doing it. I will do it. But I have credibility. And it's not a bragging thing. I have earned the trust of many people. I have earned the trust of many people out here. I have met many people out here that you didn't know that I met. I have met many agents that have nothing on their mind except getting in your house and leaving a bug in your bedroom or doing something to your computer or manipulating things. There have been some that I've let in my house that have done that. There are people who talk to people who try to come at me a certain way because people want to know what I'm doing. Why your kitchen look different? Where you at? What you doing? Why you got that P.O. box? Y'all know what I'm doing, but you don't know what I'm doing. I have to be very careful. And there are people who feel that if I can appear to be really close with this guy and do my own thing, the credibility transfers over. Listen, I had to earn it the hard way. 19 years online. I'm not even looking at the chat room right now because I want to focus on my thoughts. And I worked hard for this, and I've been burnt lots of times. And like I said, the one thing I'm not going to transfer my credibility over to anyone who cannot show and tear out their backside and show every hair around their backside. Now, I didn't do that, but I damn near do that. You know, most of my life from back in the days when I was working in the jail, all the years I drove the bus, you know, inside the various kitchens that we're in, whether it's this one or the other one or whatever, you see Mrs. SCURV cooking. You see her in the yard. You see Brother Kwaku. You see us at Home Depot. You see us in South Carolina. You saw me in Houston. You saw me in Cleveland. You saw me in Virginia, Washington, Maryland. I met with people face to face. They got my number. We talk. We have close. You think Dr. Kang would have me come and live with him for 2 weeks if I was somebody that did not have credibility? So I put that on the line. I put that on the line. No, it's not crazy. No, it's not. I'm defending my credibility. So when people start going to other people and trying to drop seeds, yeah, but he don't call me, and so and so and so and so. 407-590-0755. One more last time. We got 60 seconds. Whoever you are, whatever new name you have now, call and let me hear your voice, and most likely I'll know who it is. Come on now. Call and let me hear your voice. Why can't you do that? No, let's just say you didn't do anything wrong. I want to hear from you, sister. Call and let me hear your voice, because I don't know this name. I've never seen this name before, but for some reason, you know, or text me. Even text me now. Text me. Let me see who it is. See, people don't think that I don't have another side where I'll call their bluff. I'll call them out. People thought, well, toward the end of the show, I'm going to start saying things. And of course, those comments that you're making will not exist after the show. Listen, I have nothing against you. I don't know you, but don't try that. Not on this platform. And I was told ever since Lance, when you hit that 100,000, all kind of people going to be coming out at you. I showed the number. I took it back. Mrs. SCURV went on the thing. She said, Lance, why are you showing that number? You know, Negroes ain't going to like it. They're going to come at you to tear you down. I held it back. I can't show all of that cleavage, how far, how much the winter has been nice to me. I got to cover it up. All I'm asking, if you didn't call me out, just because I'm not tolerating none of it. I have people that come in and all they do is want to spam the channel. Oh, come to the shooting range. Come to the shooting range. Every 5 minutes, come to the shooting range. Come to, and then when you block them, they have other people that come in and come to the shooting range. Like, yo, just ask me. I will announce it for you. Give me your address. I might make a banner and put it out for you at the end of the show or on my website. I don't like sneaky people. I don't like sneaky people. If you are not a sneaky person and, oh, how you trying? Well, give me a call. Give me a call. 407-590-0755. You don't tell me how I know you. And like I said, we're going to embarrass trolls. If you're not a troll, call that number. Okay? You got 10 seconds. I know your phone is near you. Okay? All of that hard work is gone. It's a shame. It's a shame. Exactly. You saw how they wanted attention. The number's here. Sometimes I'm asleep. Sometimes I might be in the bathroom. Sometimes I might be somewhere beating off somewhere. Come on, y'all. I'm human. Thank you, Ali B. It was a great show. No, the other person ain't going to ruin it. It just shows you what I go through. And still, the phone's not ringing. The phone's not ringing. That's another phone in the house ringing. Nobody has that number. You know, but I have to deal with this a lot. And I'm just going to talk for a few minutes. I'm not angry. I amp up to make it entertaining. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you about, and I got to pee. You know what? I'm going to come back and talk for 5 minutes. But I'm going to put this song on real quick. And I'll be right back.
My love, they're gonna move to the groove. Out of rhythm, my load is. I lost my love. My love, they're gonna move to the groove. Out of rhythm, my load is. I lost my love. They're gonna move to the groove. Out of rhythm.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
I lost my love.
Yeah, that was a quick bathroom break. Lucky I'm a vegan. But anyway, no. Too much information. I was standing up. I got good aim and timing. Anyway, on a serious note, I never really talk about it, but I've had to deal with so many strange people with different agendas. As you can see, I said, listen, give me a call. Call me. If you can't get through to me, call me. No, Brother Lance never called, and he didn't do that, and so and so. That's the slight smear tactic. I'm not taking it. I gave them numerous times to call, right? And they didn't call. We just got off the show. On the show with, Brother Metamorphosis, I had a woman one day, and this was on I think it was a Saturday. And she called me, and I was at a function. I was actually videotaping a function. It wasn't something for YouTube. It was something private that someone wanted me to do for them. So the videotape was going good. The equipment was up. Everybody was in place and talking. Everything was going fine. I forgot to cut my ringer down. So I had to cut the ringer off real quick because it would have gone through on the recording, which it wouldn't have been bad because other people's phones were going off that they forgot to cut off. So the bottom line is I picked the phone up, and the person was like, "Oh, hi, Lance." They, sometimes it could be a little difficult to get to me. I'm not trying to say I'm some busy guy. So all of a sudden, what happened was she said, "I want to talk to you. I've been trying to reach out to you for the longest." And I wanted to cut it short, not to be disrespectful, but she said, "I want to do a show about what has happened to me with a major entertainer." I said, "Sure, we will do it. I'm at a video shoot right now. Let's talk later." Later, she called, and then we talked. She made sense until about 5 minutes into the conversation. She said that she had a love affair, a secret love affair with this Greek icon, musician, singer, entertainer. I forgot his name because I saw him last night on my YouTube timeline. And she said she loaned him $1,000 and promised him that he promised her that he was going to marry her, and he never talked to her again, and he took her for $1,000. Now, I did a total background check on this guy, right? And this guy's a multi-millionaire, multi-millionaire, and he's a Greek. Most of us have never heard of him. He's an older guy who has like a long, not a ponytail, but his hair is flowing down like a lot of them Greek guys like to do. And so she kept on going on about him, and I realized that there was a definite imbalance here. And I said to myself, okay, let me ease out of this real nice, because it was definitely an imbalance, and I'm not judgmental on anybody. I know when people sometimes are stressed and they're caught up in something, I try to be kind to people. That is me. But this world is not kind. And sometimes when people come at you in a way where you know they're not coming at you proper and correct, you're going to have to reflect that energy back to them, because I'm not going to babysit an aggressive nutcase. I'm not being mean, but she was condescending, and she had a way about her. So when I checked the emails that she sent me prior when I was at that photo shoot, she shot emails to the BBC, Anderson Cooper, CNN, and Tyler Perry and Oprah. And I mean, I had a who's who of the so-called Zionist entertainment world. And she's sending this out to people because she said she loaned $1,000 to this dude. And I don't think so. And so I began to probe a little bit and ask her questions. She gave me blurry dates. She was going all over the place. And I realized we had a situation here. And I said, ma'am, I don't think that the people who listen to the channel, because I get lots of people, I'm just letting it hang out here because you saw what happened. Oh, he never picks up. Okay, call me. Evidently, you changed your name, so I don't know who you are. Evidently, I know you in person or know you online, but you could not call in front of the world. Look, if I had something to hide, she could have embarrassed me. I told her to call. She didn't call. She didn't call. So it's somebody that I know who formulated a new page, who was blocked before, who just wanted to hang out in the chat room, and as the show got closer to the end, show they behind and make me look dumb to the new people who are here. So I said, okay, I'm going to call you. I'm going to make you an example. I'm going to call you out because I am stalked. Let me tell you something. There was a point where I had a dead cat, 2 dead raccoons, dead possum, beheaded and placed on the same part of the property, a corner lot. That's not by chance. Oh, I'm going to get my head cut off and walk over there and die right on LANCESCURV's lawn. I've had dead birds that were where there was no bird, but the wings and feathers were arranged on my front steps. This is what made me put the security system up and the bars with bird feed, which I found out that was one of the most powerful forms of the evil occult side of things. My house. We've had people come on our property. One day I was gone, Mr. SCURV was outside. Somebody walked up in the yard and cut the water off. And we couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, like the main thing. Quick in the daytime. There have been people who have been on the property, people who have issued threats. Okay? Cars parked out in front of the house. I'm not a nutcase. That were just not, but a little bit down. When I see that, I keep going. I've had cars follow me from when I used to drive the bus. I used to pick up, I used to have to change my routes around. So I don't talk about those things. You know what I mean? Look, when you talk like this is 2020. This YouTube channel started in 2010, and I just started it and just didn't pay it no mind. Did funny little things and took little videos, and I didn't really get serious about it until about 2013, 14, after being on Blog Talk Radio and had accrued a certain amount of following. They were in live streaming started coming out, and I used to transfer the audio file from Blog Talk over to YouTube and just throw it out there. I wasn't really like, I'm going to do this and whatever. I was still drawing and writing. I never knew I would come on YouTube. I never knew I would be talking. People didn't know my personality, but as it began to come out, I said, okay, yo, we like you. Come out. Okay, cool. We'll do it in my style. But one thing, number one, I'm going to be myself. I'm going to be myself. I'm not going to change that. I've done a lot of crazy things in my life. I've broken some hearts in my life. Yes, I have. Young and dumb and full of inspiration. Ha, tricked you. But at this particular junction point in my life, I've dedicated myself because I see, yes, sweetest princess, didn't I ask them to call? Didn't Brother Metamorphosis just get off the phone? My phone is still connected here. I mean, look, the phone is still connected. Let me see. Can I call the dummy number? Let me see. Just to show you it's there. Just to show you it's connected. Let me see who I can call. I don't want to bug nobody. There's a scam likely there. I don't want to blow nobody up. I don't know, but there's numbers. I can call Mrs. SCURV, but she might say something crazy. Nah, but trust me, I think my phone is connected after being on the show with Brother Metamorphosis 3 hours plus. Okay? So I'm a real person. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. I'm not saying that there's a leeway to, well, he said he wasn't perfect. He did some nastiness. You know. Yes, I remember that dream, Yolanda. Yes. Other experiences. When I used to drive the bus, I used to have people, just dropped my mouse. Hold on. I used to have people take pictures of me from a distance in the bus and text it to me later on. I just love those legs of yours. I had actual stalkers on the bus who got on the bus and said that I was their lover. And I don't know if I told you that story, the Hispanic lady that got on and got graphic about what I do, and I had to have her put off the bus. She knew my name and knew everything about me. There are people who are passengers who have come and rang my bell, and they didn't know where I was supposed to live. How about the stalker lady that used to ride my bus, an older church lady, Jesus love you, was the very one sweeping up and picking up things in front of my house early in the morning. I didn't make the correlation because I used to drive the bus very late. I did a video on her and some other people about agents, No Black Neighborhood, is complete without them, something like that. It was a video, I think about 30 minutes. I talked about her. Mrs. SCURV used to wake up really early. I used to get off 2 o'clock, 2:30, and I would come in and do a show, not to get to bed till 5. I'm not getting up at no 7:30. She always told me, Lance, there's a lady that I always see in front of the house. I don't know where she comes from, but she's always putting trash in our garbage can on garbage days. But Mrs. SCURV, she'd get out there and sweep the curb and everything every morning. Mrs. SCURV is a clean freak. You could eat off the floor. So I never got up to say, oh, who is this? Because there was no danger. So meanwhile, this is going on for years. Meanwhile, on my bus, this same lady is on my bus, but I didn't know it was the same lady because I never got up to say, I know that lady. So we both telling each other about the same person, not knowing it's the same person. Whatever bus I was on, this lady would get on, and not ride every day, but she's always glaring at me. During my route during the day, at some point, it could be way out, it could be here, it could be there. She gets on and stares at me and just hangs out for a while. She'll get off the bus and stand there and not let me see what direction she's walking down to go home if she's going home. So one day, Mr. SCURV and I were at Lake Eola, downtown Orlando, just walking around the park. And then that lady was sitting there talking to somebody else, and she says, I know you. You're the bus driver. To me. And I'm like, that's that lady that's always stalking me. And Mr. SCURV said, that's the lady that's always in the front of the house going in the garbage can. Going in the garbage can looking for what? Not putting something in, acting like she's putting something in. And always want to praise the Lord, Jesus this and Jesus that. I said, that's her? I got mad because now this lady knows where I live. Who is she? Who is she? What did she want? Now, she didn't scare me. I mean, I don't hit ladies, but she was no physical threat to me. So for you to be that bold and being so vulnerable, what's backing you up? There's a lot of deception going on in this world, and I don't take it light. So you're going to get on and say, oh, he never called. What? Come on. They didn't call. They didn't. And I didn't want all that stuff up and down my thing, so I blocked it and removed it. But I gave her a chance. So don't anybody come here and say, I'm a hothead or I jump on people. Yes, that looks like drama, but I smelled it and I knew it. It was somebody with a different name or whatever, and they will come. There's a cuckoo girl who has sex with all the bus drivers in Orlando, not all of them, but she makes herself available. I won't call it because she's like 15% developmentally delayed. And she rides the bus when she sees a new driver that she likes to the end, and there's a little layover, she's just smiling. She'll do that for a week, and the bus driver gets comfortable enough to give in to her offers of oral sex. And these guys love it because when they see her coming, oh, okay. I'm telling you reality now. But yet and still, I never had nothing to do with her. I heard, I'm like, I don't want to be near nothing like that. She'd get on my bus smiling. I walk off the bus and leave her on the bus until it's time to go back. But then the rumor came out. One of the bus drivers said, I'm just telling you random stuff. Hey, man, why you do that to that girl? What you mean? She having your baby. Get the heck out of here. See, so this is why I must be careful. I'm not scared now, but just be careful when you have a faceless avatar. Tell the world something that you haven't. It's simple that now, but it could be more complicated later. So you chop it down when it comes. You see? That particular lady, okay, here's a call from Amityville, New York. Don't know who it is. And if it is that person, they blew it. They blew it. They blew it. Because I get a lot of calls from New York. That's where I'm from. If you are the person who is the troll, text me with that number and I might let you on. Because I do want to hear your voice if you are that person. You can hear the phone ringing in the background. They can call from a different number and have a different voice and throw it off. You didn't act at the time. You had ample time. You had about like 6 minutes or so to act. Yes, Cassandra Hedden, we're dealing with evil on every level. And this phone business is something else. People call you on a conference call. You don't know who else is listening, who they have joined in. You understand? People call you. My number's out there, but you never talk to them. But okay, here they go calling again. They done got themselves ready through another number, because that number, if I talk to you and log your name in, I'm going to see it. Girl, call that number and say it's you. No, I told you to do it right then and there. And now you know I'm talking, and now you're calling again if that's you. You can ring the phone off. Matter of fact, I'm turning the ringer down. I ain't looking at it no more. You know? And there are people out there that they don't like to see your platform a certain way. Matter of fact, you can keep calling, you'll get the voicemail. Maybe leave a voicemail message or something so I can hear the voice. And if it's somebody I know playing games, I'm going to play it on the show. Don't put yourself in no hot water with me, because I'm a nice guy. And look, on the other hand, you all know that I've spoken to many of you on the phone, and you have told me some very intimate details. Stop thinking sex. I'm not talking about that. Intimate details of your life in a situation that you made. I'm not the advice guy where I know everything, but maybe I can help you out. You call me. We might have talked for hours. Hours. Wasn't no show. I might have said, hold on, I'll keep talking. I'm on mute. I'm in the bathroom or something. You know what I mean? Might have put my SCURV on the phone with you. I might have been watering the grass or cutting the lawn and just finished, stopped and called you back. But there's a trust there. And there are many people out there that don't like that. Because this channel and this whole thing that I do on here is not based on the sensationalism and drama and all. They brought that on themselves. See? So anybody who's out there who thinks about going online a little deeper, learn that as a lesson. I got 20 years or 19 years plus of experience dealing with wonderful people who I will always deal with and give the best. But I've learned that you can't play with these people who are off or downright evil. And I worked hard. Y'all, just to build something nice, you know? And there were bumps along the way. But I'm damned if I'm going to let some drama or trolls tear it up now. So here I am on a little mountaintop. There are mountains taller than me, but I've reached a milestone. And I'm going to sit here and defend it, because there's a lot of pissed off people right now that I know are pissed off that the word got back to me. Who does he think he is? No. I am who I always have been. I'm not going to change. But you have to be careful, because not only do we have individuals, but we have agencies and all kind of things out here. I remember when I was fired from corrections for doing no more than giving an extra tray of food to an inmate instead of throwing it away. And they used that to fire me, when in fact it was what was on my website that they did not like. They didn't like me being around the black brothers and talking some sense to them and making them laugh and embracing them and encouraging them and motivating them. The Klan up top didn't like it. The administration didn't like it. So they use the little soldiers who have a black face to come at me. So I said, okay, I'm gone. No problem. I'm not going to fight this or appeal this. I'm moving on. But I didn't know also that I was under investigation externally from MBI, Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation, 9 law enforcement agencies here in Central Florida. Oh, that nigga talk too much. You must tell the truth and not be afraid to talk. Talk about being stalked. Well, why were you looking at me? Because most of these guys are the good old boys. And no matter how much black success you think you see, if it's not the Masonic secret handshake boys who punked out and sell their people out, it's the good old boys and those who look sophisticated but are still the good old boys here in Central Florida, trying to find out if I had connections with the Black Panthers, trying to find out by the way I wrote and the way I drew my pictures. This is 2005 and before. 2005, YouTube came into existence, and this was a little before then. People following me. Late at night, you sitting out, and I was in an apartment back then. You're sitting out on the porch in the back on the second floor, like a townhouse. You hear the pictures being taken. Not all the time, but I know those sounds, and I got good hearing. They want to know if you're part of the Black Panthers. See, one of their officers came and leaked it back to me. Want to know if you part of the Hebrew Israelites. Want to know if you're part of the Nation of Islam. Want to know if you're a terrorist. Want to know if you have connections to this and connection to that gang. Because the gangs in the jail, even opposing forces, loved me because I was fair with both of them. And I lived right in the hood so I can get quick to the job so I don't have a commute, because I knew if I treated my brothers and sisters fair, I had nothing to worry about. They were amazed at that. I didn't have to go out 2 counties over and live on a farm. I lived right there, walking distance. A little long walk, but if my car broke down, it was walking distance. I'm telling you stuff about me that many of y'all don't even know. You see what I mean? And sure, sweetest princess, you can contact me. But I've been through a lot behind this online stuff long before YouTube was in existence. 15 years ago. Agencies checking me out. I put plugins on my site to see all of these government agencies watching. People have called me from agencies. You know, Lance, you don't have nothing to worry about, but you're on 5 government watch lists. I've had guests on the show. Now, those who secretly investigated me because they could never come to my face, but they were checking me out. And I was told by one of their own who looked like them. Right? So they told, I was hip to that. But guess what? Who do I have on the show now? There was no show then. But wouldn't you believe now? Look at what happens years later. All of the many different factions of our black culture and black movement, I have many prominent phone numbers in my phone. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that's what it is. And they may not ever come on the show, but they feed me information. They let me know what's going on. And I may say something in a comical way, or like that teacher who was your friend that didn't want to see you fail the test. You need to take note of what I'm about to say. This might be on your test. So I understand a lot. I know they flipped when they saw Nation of Islam second in command come to my house in the studio. That nigga knows Akbar Muhammad. He's in his house. You should have seen in front of the house, all the nation, all the fruit of Islam standing out there. The white neighbors, they moved in like 6 weeks after that. We're getting out of here. See, so it goes deeper than what? The surface. That was a surface attack. But they'll be back. I'm used to it. There are things that have happened that I've never spoken of before. I've had people call me up, threatening me, telling me my address. I said, well, come on over. I need the target practice. Feel free. And I stayed up. You understand? So it's mind games. And this is why I say I'm not letting anybody take control of my mind and not letting anybody put fear in me. If you bring it, you better be able to come take it. If you want to get my ass, you better be ready to get got, as they say. And I'm ready. It's not just talk. I tell people I'm the most vicious person I know. Don't try me. I have no problem jamming a screwdriver in your eyeball. Okay? I have no problem lighting you up. Gasoline and match, if it is what it is, right? And we're speaking symbolic, but you read between the lines. No problem. Because if you go to great lengths to show me you can do it, I'm going to go to great lengths if you show up that I will do it. Leave me alone. Leave my family alone. Let me speak to my people. Let me live my life. I'm not asking you now like, oh, Black Lives Matter. I am living my life. I am breathing. I am going to live. And if you get in my way in my righteous path, I'm steamrolling you. I hope they pay you enough and you have enough insurance. Because I know what my destiny is, and I know the position I must play for my people in a small way that I'm doing it. All day, every day, quality and quantity. I don't play that. I was nice many times before, taking chances. Now you've got to be verified. I got to know you. We got to talk. I got to know you. I got to know a lot about you. Now I do little like business things and talk and chat I'm always cool that way. But I'm not going to sit here and just open up all the way to entities who can't even call on the phone after they talk about you how you don't talk to them. Okay, call me. Now you don't. See? So 20 minutes later, a New York number rings. Whether maybe it was from there or not. They didn't say where they're from. I think they said they're from New York. That was too much time for you to get your act together. I don't buy it. Go make another page. Go create another avatar with another name I don't know. Lay low for a couple of weeks and win the people over like you're regular and then start making your moves. That's how trolls work. Utmost Supreme, that's right. Steamroll them. Steamroll them. Because I have a right. I think I've earned it. All the hours that I put in out of love, because I really love doing this. I really, really, really love doing this. I didn't ask for it. I didn't know. What's a YouTube? You know what I mean? When YouTube started, 2005, that means I was what? 42? Yeah, I'm 42 years old. 2005. I lived 42 years before YouTube came to being. I didn't know nothing about no social media. When I came down to Florida, I turned 38 in 2001 in April, and I purchased my first computer, big old desktop. I pushed the power button. I was happy because I had no experience with computers. I called up friends in New York, 2 o'clock in the morning. Yo, I put the computer on. Romaine, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. You're a trooper, and I feel your energy, and I thank you for your support. Seriously. Because if I'm taking people's money and rolling up with rims and taking trips and going on yachts and all that stuff, I wouldn't have the time to do what I do here. Go figure. No, I'm not saying it to you, brother. I'm saying to them people out there who try to discredit. Maybe I'm an agent, they say. I don't think so. But the bottom line is, LANCESCURV does put in the work. If you don't know anything else, if you're a hater, I can't stand them, but you can't deny that I put in the work. And many know more personal things about me. Okay, and you'll know. I can't roll with a brother-in-law like Kwaku and be a fraud. I can't roll with a brother-in-law like Kwaku who speaks highly of me and be a fraud. I can't roll with a Mrs. SCURV, Lily Fire, and be a fraud. Let's get together and trick people. No, please. If we were doing some heist or some hustle, we'd be going after millions. Incognito. You wouldn't even know us. Now it's to the point I can't go nowhere without, hey, LANCESCURV, which is cool. But on the flip side, when you get pickup trucks rolling by you with Confederate flags, screaming your name and, you know, we got something for you, nigga, you watch. We know where you live, boy, and name out the address. Damn, it's on your list like that. Thank you, sweetest princess. And anytime anybody has something to put out there, living with white people. Last D, K, and G. I feel for you, brother or sister, because I don't know, the avatar doesn't indicate. So I'm not being funny. But I understand. I understand. And there are a lot who come on here quietly. Old co-workers and neighbors and whatever. I gotta be me. But enough of that. There's a lot more I could tell you about that. I'm not going to go down to everything that has happened, but understand that my life is on the crossroads too, possibly. I'm living in a place where George Zimmerman's walking around. I'm not scared of him. I'm just saying, and many like him. When he killed Trayvon Martin, Walmart and all these big corporations and companies donated hundreds of thousands of dollars and unknown donors. That's the kind of people that are around me. So I'm home now. I'm on the computer now, but I got to go to the supermarket like everybody else. I got to walk the street like everybody else. And I take my cameras in the street. You see it. Michael Hamer and going out in the street on the corner downtown and shooting my video. I'm not walking around in crowds. I'm not walking around scared. I'm put here to do this, and I believe in a divine manner. I have no delusions. but it's rolling so nice. I know there's a reason for it, and I'm not sitting up here bringing my sisters on to twerk their ass. I'm not going out there and just talking about sex, or some celebrity gossip. We want people to come and bring their experiences, bring their energy, pour their heart out, give us that family feel like we're all in the living room eating a meal or finish eating a meal, and we just chilling, talking to each other heart to heart. They want us socially distanced. They don't want us talking with love. Revolution. They don't want that. We're not supposed to have that. You understand? So to heck with them. To heck with them. But don't care. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it down. We got more coming today. I'm going to go out and catch a little bit of the sunlight. I might go to the lake and do another video. Who knows? Just keep putting the work out. Keep pouring the soul out. If I get a download from the inside, trust me, it's going to be something righteous. Let me click a button here and move on. I think I have another video for you. And I think I'm going to wait. It'll be up. It'll be up shortly. It'll be up shortly. Okay. I'll put this one up with it. But anybody have anything they want to say right now before I leave? I'll be glad to answer any quick questions or whatnot. I'll give you a few seconds to type something in. We'll do it that way. Oh no, I can't use that one. I can't use that one. I can use this one, but I can't use that one. Okay. Okay, this is cool. All right. We'll leave it like this. We'll save this video and I'll drop this link to this next video that I did. I'm probably going to take a nap. You know, sometimes, old SCURV. I need a little rest too. I think I'm going to hop on my bike and ride my bike, my actual bike. I'm not talking a motorcycle now. I'm talking about a bike. I'm going to, okay. No. Let me change visibility of this video. Why would they say it's public? Right. Okay, no, we're cool. I think it's good. And I need to snatch this, but I'm not looking at the chat room right now, but I'm going to come back in 30 seconds. So let me know if there's anything you want me to answer, anything you want to say. Let me come on over back here now. All right, let me see. We Life. I see you wrote something here. Let me read it out. That's why we have to stick together even more and know that there are strength in numbers, and you got some people that love you and riding with you, for you, and right beside you, brother. You appreciate. Thank you so much, We Life. Because I'm a human being like anybody else. I have feelings, emotions, but I'm very careful guarding those things. But it's a life force thing. It's a life force thing. We have energy. And we're not always going to be in these bodies, and we have to share the energy to uplift our people, motivate everybody one at a time. I use humor. I use jokes sometimes. Whatever it takes to reach you. Sometimes I may come off a little ignorant, but the bottom line is that it's all in love. And that's what it's all about. Here's the link to the next video. It's going to come up any second now. We already did the music thing, and I think we just can leave it like this right now. Click that link if you want to see what I said this morning. I'm going to put it out now, but I'm going to hit the outro. We will be back later on. My voice a little hoarse. Needs something to drink, something to eat, nap, ride the bike, come on back. I need some downloads. I got to get back out in the sun. Mrs. SCURV is out in the back, so I'm going to go out there and recharge with my bare feet and soak in some sun. But it's been nice. Know that I love you all. Hit that video up, leave some comments, share it, because you know how they severely block us. And we're on to the next one. And yes, if it's a number I know, I will pick it up. But I'm going to rest a little bit, y'all. All right? Take care. Much love. We'll be back later on for the next one. Peace. they get in your way and you're in the truck, we're gonna run them over.